Check. Check. Check.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome. Nice Sunday, bright morning. And this is my festival. It was an awesome event yesterday. Just to let you know, they had average about 700 people at one time.
Wow.
The weather was out, the food was out, sports, people were getting suntanned.
yeah. Oh my God.
Awesome.
Talk about sun, but yeah.
But this is what we have in our community. So thank you for everybody that supported, everybody that pulled it, especially the guys that pulled it together, the event team, the footballers, Aston Villa, everyone that came and represented Birmingham. It was a beautiful day.
I don't know about Aston Villa supporting Birmingham, but this is where it goes, man. Before Mark Dalton really introduces us, this is Mark Jones. My name is Roger Moore. We'll be host today on This Is My City Festival live online, a long one, but that's why I got it in front of me, so I'm making sure I can read it out. But yeah, man. I don't know how the timing broke. I hate doing outdoor festivals. I've been doing events for decades, and I refuse to do an outdoor event because the English weather. So how on earth did the time this one so well, bro? I don't know, man.
And this is it. They got lucky to yesterday.
He's got to be lucky.
God just blessed it, and it was awesome. So they enjoyed it.
Yeah, most definitely. And they had a special event in the evening as well, where you was at, man. And what was it, just give a little insight to that, because we're hopefully going to bring some video clips of that today as well.
Yeah, the Queens of the Commonwealth. It was a heartwarming event, and what Panacos and the production team put together. So basically, they got 22 women from the Commonwealth and started snapshotting their migration stories over.
Wow.
So people from Africa, Asia, India, Malta, Cyprus, and their journeys and what they've done as women. And some of them were OBEs, being with the Queen, beautiful families. It was, it was heartwarming. And it made me think, and everybody think, we all got a story in us. You get me? How it's going to be manifested either through our kids, through our friends, but somebody may do it for you, like Pentecost did, and the team, and it was beautiful. I got to see some of the queens as well.
Okay, cool. That's blessed. That's definitely blessed, man. But listen, guys, I think it's important that, especially women back in the days, women only just been taken seriously as well to fight through that the cultural issues and also the discrimination and what's going on. But I have to be proud of This Is My City. It's been a cool project to be seen grow over the past couple of years, and it's really helping so much, especially through the COVID period. It's been a blessing. Some of the videos we'll be showing today, some of the things that done in terms of physical health, mental health, and it's something that's real important for us and for us to build on as well.
Definitely, and I'm glad to be a part of it because through COVID they took the digital online, and then having their first face-to-face event for after about 3 years, it was a great focus, but they continue to balance both. And yes, I'm proud to be This Is My City, Birmingham, and we got a lot to do today. We got a lot to do today.
I like to play. So I do like my workouts kind of thing, so I know I need to maybe do some stretches, man. You know what I mean? After all this anyway. So yeah, you know what I mean? And I can see all the comments going on. Dawn has already hitting out comments about yes, the film was absolute fire. It's definitely inspiration. And I think the power of media today, and this is why we do what we do. And imagine, bro, this was not even thought about 5-10 years ago. Self-contained, self-owned media platforms that we can have a voice to say what we need to say, and as smaller communities coming together, and Birmingham is definitely a mixture of cultures and so on. And I think that This Is My City projects that they've been doing, it represents that. And represents the tolerance, the ability to listen and move things around different cultures and have that conversation about, what do you need? Okay, you don't quite, you know what I mean? And that's what's needed in our communities, and they're bringing that to the format.
Yeah, and it's made people proud to be Birmingham from where they used to be to now in the struggles. And they're proud to say, yes, I'm from Birmingham, which is a beautiful thing. So but the cultures and how they embrace it, find some people, yes, to find the struggles or who's this person and etc. But over time, the next generations embraced it.
This is it, man. So yeah, guys, guys, we're going to kick things off, man. But apart from that, is there anything else we need to go through before we go into it? We're going to be on videos. We're going to see us jump in, jump out. So we're going to be almost like DJs with videos today still anyway. So yeah, and this is purely live, guys. So if it's technical online issues, overheating in the area, it's live because there's only a few days where it overheats in the UK, and it's gonna be today.
No, definitely. So everybody, please share on Instagram, your social medias that we're live. And This Is My City event team, if you're up, please share. And give shout outs, comments and everything. We'll respond to them as well. So we're going to hit some exercise and stretching. So watch these videos. And then just enjoy it. Even if you're pretending to stretch in your mind in your bed and lift a little toe or finger, just go for it as well. So enjoy, guys. All right.
Most def, man. Let's hang on, and the video will be coming on in the next 30 seconds, hopefully.
Shit. call it. Also really beneficial if you're brand new to yoga, this would be a really good place to start. So we're going to begin nice and easy. This is called Sukhasana. This is legs across. So don't worry which leg is going to come in front first. Just get yourself nice and set up. Ground through the seat bones. So when I say ground, I mean lift up your butt cheeks so you can feel your sit bone really nice and deep. And then think about lifting and lengthening all the way through the spine. So making sure the bone is stacking bone by bone all the way up. Take a nice deep breath in. Bring the shoulders up to the ears and then exhale to relax them down. Okay, from here we're gently going to start to walk ourselves forward. So if Hey guys, it's me, Amy, from Rise to Health. So I thought I'd do something a little bit different today. I'm going to take you through an active recovery flow. So this is perfect for athletes on their active recovery day. So you're like days off, if you like to call it. Also really beneficial if you're brand new to yoga, this would be a really good place to start. So we're going to begin nice and easy. This is called Sukhasana. This is legs across. So don't worry which leg is going to come in front first. Just get yourself nice and set up. Ground through the seat bones. So when I say ground, I mean lift up your butt cheeks so you can feel your sit bone really nice and deep. And then think about lifting and lengthening all the way through the spine. So making sure the bone is stacking bone by bone all the way up. Take a nice deep breath in. Bring the shoulders up to the ears and then exhale to relax them down. Okay, from here we're gently going to start to walk ourselves forward. So if this already feels like enough, maybe you've got some pain in the lower spine or the hips, just stay right up here. If you want to take it a little bit further, you can begin to walk the hands forward and lower the body down over the shins. Again, just keep it nice and passive, nice and relaxed through the breath. If you want a little bit more, you can tuck the chin in towards the chest, so really starting to open through that upper back body. I'm just going to hold it here just for 3 more breaths. So nice deep inhale and exhale. See if you can soften down. Nice breath. And then slowly on your next inhale, start to walk the hands back in if you were down and restack bone by bone all the way up. Nice, taking it straight onto the other leg, so switching the legs. God, this feels abnormal for me. Ground through the seat bones, lift your butt cheeks up. Nice and tall, stacking bone by bone all the way up through to the crown of the head. Lovely. From here, start to walk the hands forward. If you're starting to feel it, just stay here. Just remember, this is exactly where you're meant to be today. Don't judge your body to somebody sat next to you or perhaps somebody like me who's done yoga for a long time. It comes. If you want to take it a little bit further, again, keep the breath nice and natural. Start to walk the hands forward. You can stay exactly where you are if you like. Breathe all the way down through the spine. Again, if you want to make it more active, gently draw the chin in towards the chest, feeling that upper back open. Again, just notice if you're holding any tension in your jaw, release your jaw. Taking 1 more breath here. Lovely. And then inhale, slowly bring yourself back up if you were down. Restacking all the way up through the spine. Nice, okay. We're gonna go straight into the wrists now. So something that we tend to neglect, a lot of us, not just athletes, people that work at the desk all day, typists, people texting on their phone, our wrists and our hands. This is something that I really like to make sure I get in. So I really recommend if you can do this at least once a day, it will really help not only your texting skills, but also it will improve your performance, especially if you're an athlete. Or if you want to practice handstand, definitely add these in. So from here, what we're going to do is we're going to come back onto the toes. So tuck the toes underneath and spread the toes nice and wide so you can feel every single toe touching that mat beneath. So we're going to get stretched through the back of the heels. Gently bring yourself up. If this feels too intense, just bring yourself down. See how it feels for now. We're going to walk the hands forward. Lovely. And then slowly start to come into a tabletop position. So when I say tabletop, I'll bring myself back a little bit. We've got the wrists directly over the shoulders and knees directly under the hips. Good. From here, actively ground through the hands. So almost like you're corkscrewing energy from the palms all the way up. Elbows, so the eyes of the elbows are going to point towards the front of the mat. Slightly grip of the mat, so a slight bend in the fingertips here. From here, we're going to shift the weight forward over the hands, stretching through the wrist. And then exhale, start to bring the hips back to the heels. Nice. So active inhale, come forward. Exhale back. Nice. Still getting a stretch through the back of the feet, the soles of the feet as well at the same time. When you're bringing yourself all the way back to the heels. Nice. Just gently forward and back. And when you're ready, come back to center onto that tabletop position. We're going to take circles one way now. Again, so this is a really nice warm up for the wrists. Building some strength as well as flexibility. Knees might clunk, that's pretty normal. Lovely, and then take your circles the other way. And then coming back to a place of stillness. Okay, little challenge for us here. We're going to now bring the tops of the hands to the ground. Okay, so fingertips are aiming towards the knees. Don't worry if your elbows are bent all the way here. Just try and relax a little bit, and slowly you will get the flexibility through the wrist just by practicing at least once a day. If you do have the mobility, you can lengthen through the arms and then slowly start to rock the hips back towards the heels, getting a nice stretch all the way through the front of the wrist, front of the hand. Try and relax the face. We're going to hold this for 3 more breaths. See if you can straighten through the arms, relax the shoulders away. Last breath. Lovely. And then slowly rocking forward and just gently walk the hands forward. It's going to feel weird. Sit back onto the heels. We're going to bring the 3 fingers to the base of the thumb and surf it out. I know this looks weird and you probably feel strange doing it, but it's actually really good just to kind of like work out wrists because you've done a lot of strengthening there. Shake it out. Okay, nice. Straight onto our tabletop again. We're going to start to mobilize through the spine. So I'm actually going to draw the feet down. So press the tops of the feet down. So we're starting to activate through the lower body. Tummy's drawing in towards the spine. We're going to inhale, drop the chest towards the ground, roll the shoulders back and open the chest up towards the front of the room, or front of the mat if you like. Tailbone leads as you tuck it underneath, roll through, exhale, and then really start to press the ground away so you're arching through that upper spine. Nice. So we're dropping the chest or the belly, open through the chest. You can gently lift your gaze if it feels nice. Try not to overstretch. Don't put any pressure on the back of the neck. Exhale, round through, tuck the tailbone, press the ground away, draw the belly button in. Nice. So inhale to open. Exhale, round. Taking 2 more each way. Really accentuate the movement, the shape. Work through that spine. Press the ground away. Last one. Good. Exhale. Lovely, coming back to neutral. We're going to take our first downward dog. So if this is your first one ever or first one of the day, please make sure to keep the knees nice and soft here. We don't want to snap any hamstrings. That would not be nice. Okay, tucking the toes underneath. Again, ground through the hands. We're going to send the hips up towards the sky and press through the hands. So we're actively pressing the chest towards the thighs and press the shoulders away from the ears. So try not to dump into the shoulders. We want to actively press that ground away from us. Take some nice deep breaths. Maybe start to pedal it out so you can drop one heel to the ground, bend into the other knee, change it up to the other side. Just see how that feels on the body. If not, you can just find a place of stillness. Keep pushing the ground away, starting to feel the shoulders fire up, I'm sure. Lovely, and then slowly start to draw the heels down. Last exhale. Nice, okay. From here, we're slowly going to shift the weight forward into the hands, coming into a high plank. You can step the feet back behind you slightly. So activation through the core, we're going to kick back through the heels, lift up the knees, and draw the belly button into the spine whilst pressing that ground away from you. Good. Try and soften through the face. Last breath. And releasing the knees down. Nice. Okay. From here, we're going to step the right foot in between the hands. So right foot's going to come in between. And then we're going to shift the weight forward into that hip. So we're actively pushing the left hip down whilst drawing the right hip back into the socket. Now, if this feels like too much, just slightly bring yourself back so the hips go back towards the back of the back. If this feels good, you have the option to stay here on the fingertips, or you can join me by interlocking the thumbs and reaching them up and overhead. So we're getting a nice opening through the shoulders here. Keep the chest lifted and try and soften the ribs. So try not to let them flare out, just keep them nice and soft. We're going to hold this for 3 more breaths. Nice. Relaxing the arms down by the side. Bring the hands to frame out the foot, and we're going to shift the weight back into the left knee now. You might need to step the right foot forward slightly as we come into our half split position. So again, square off the hips by drawing the right hip back into its socket and pushing the left hip forward and down slightly. If it feels too uncomfortable for you, just bring a slight bend into the knee if it's too much on the back of the hamstrings. If you want more of an intense stretch, keep drawing the toes up towards your face. And again, you have the option to stay here. If you want to take it a little bit deeper, you can undulate the move. So as you inhale, think about lengthening the spine. As you exhale, bring the body down over the leg. So option to stay still or move with the breath. We're going to take 1 more of these. Inhale. Exhale. Nice. Slowly draw that foot in towards the body so you come into a 90-degree angle. We're going to reach the arms up, tuck the tailbone underneath so we're activating through the glutes, tummy's drawn in, activate the core. From here, we're going to twist the body towards the right side of the mat and then release the left arm forward, right arm out. You have the option to stay here. If you want to take it a little bit deeper, bring the left hand to the outside of the right knee. And we're getting a really nice deep thoracic rotation. Again, think about inhaling, lifting, finding length. Exhale, see if you can twist through that upper body. Again, so it's coming from the upper back and not the whole body movement. Just think about that upper thoracic movement. Holding for 1 more breath. Lovely. Slowly inhale, reach the arms back up. Nice. Exhale to release down. Bring the foot back, knees come down, and just gently sway the hips from side to side. Or you can take little organic movements if you want to take little rocks, A little circles, whatever feels good and groovy for your body. Don't mind me. Okay, taking it straight onto the other side now. So same flow, left foot stepping forward, sinking into that right hip whilst drawing the left hip back into the socket. So we're really getting a nice stretch for that right hip flexor here. Pressing the back right foot into the ground. See if you have the option to come up onto the fingertips, or maybe interlace the thumbs again. So lock the thumbs, see if you can go for the other thumb, if you remember, and reach the arms up. So starting to open through the shoulders, the chest, soften the ribs in, so knit the ribs in towards the body. Take some nice deep breaths. We're gonna hold it for 3 more breaths. Keep sinking into the right hip, draw the left hip back. Last breath. Lovely, slowly releasing the hands down by the side and sinking back into the right knee. Draw the right left foot up towards the sky. Remember, if it's too tight on the back of the hamstrings, then bend into that knee. If not, you can stay still here with me, or you can move your body. So that undulation, wherever it feels good, make sure you mirror what you did on the other side. So inhale to find length, exhale, soften, see if you can get a little bit deeper into the stretch. Inhale to find length, exhale to release. Last one, inhale to find length, exhale, fold down. Slowly bring yourself back up. Left foot slides in towards the body, so you're in a nice 90-degree angle. So we're making sure that heel is in line with the knee, one not too far forward or too far back. Bring yourself up, so find your balance. Tuck the glutes in, so squeeze into the glutes. Tummy's drawn in nice and tight. Press into the back right foot. Inhale, reach the arms up overhead. Twist the body towards the left hand side this time. And then draw the right hand forward, left hand's coming back. So getting a nice twist through that thoracic spine, that upper part of the back. You have the option to stay here, or if you want to take it a little bit deeper, right hand is going to come to the outside of the left knee. Inhale to find length. Oh, I can't do that. Exhale to twist back. Nice. Taking 3 more breaths, find length. Exhale, twist. Slowly bringing yourself back up. Draw the arms up and overhead. Exhale to release back. Coming back to all fours position. Okay, from here, we're going to tuck the toes underneath and send the hips back for another downward facing dog. So exhale, send those hips back up towards the sky. Nice, opening through the chest again. Maybe you're starting to find that you've got a little bit more length in the back of the hamstrings. So see if you can edge those heels a little bit closer towards the ground. Keep actively pressing the floor away from you. And from here, we're going to come up onto our tiptoes and slightly bend into the knees. So this is a little variation on 3-legged dog. We're going to inhale, sweep the left leg up towards the sky. Nice. From here, turn the foot out. So we're turning foot out towards the side of the mat. Keep pressing the ground away through that right hand and the left. And then draw that heel towards the right cheek. So left heel is drawn towards the right cheek to open through the hip. You might be shaking a little, that's quite normal. So really getting a nice opening through the hips here. You can add some little circles by drawing the knee down towards the ground, opening out to the side, and then back round. We're going to take 2 more of those. Nearly there, guys. Ooh, nice. Extend the leg up, nice and long. Exhale to release the foot down. Good. Straight onto that other side. So see if you can keep a slight bend in the knees. Inhale to reach the right foot up towards the sky. Keep a soft bend in the knee. Keep pressing the ground away. Turn the foot out towards the long side of the mat. Bend into that knee and actively try and draw that right heel towards the left glute. So really getting into the outer hip on the right side. Good.
And then you have the option to stay here if you want to get a little bit deeper into the hip. Draw circles by dropping the knee down, opening round and up. Good. Keep pressing the ground away. Last one. Reach it back up, exhale to release down, and then slowly bring yourself down onto the knees. Nice, untuck the toes. Okay. From here, we're going to come into a puppy pose. So begin to walk the hands forward and see how that feels. If that's already feeling quite tight on the upper back or in the shoulders, the chest area, then just stay right here and just breathe into it. If you want to take it a little bit further, start walking the hands down and see if you can gently bring the head down towards the ground. Again, try and keep the hips over the knees as much as you can. Hold it here. Now as the body starts to relax, the chest starts to open, the shoulders. Relax your breath, relax the body. And then inhale, slowly start to roll yourself forward. So dropping the hips down, keeping the elbows underneath the shoulders. We're coming into Sphinx. Actively press into the tops of the feet and then draw the hands as though they're coming towards the back of the mat. So feel that opening through the chest and squeeze into the glutes. This is a nice little back bend, little heart opener. Keep energetically pulling the hands back towards the back of the mat. And then slowly start to lower yourself down. Nice, okay. Another nice little mobility for the upper extremity of the body. We're going to keep the head rested down here. Extend the arms out in front so the arms are lifted off the ground. You're almost in like a small Y position here. From here, we're going to draw the elbows in towards the waist. Inhale to open. So we exhale, draw the elbows in at the waist. Inhale back up. Nice, taking it for 3 more. Last 2. And final one. Keep the elbows in where they are. And now extend the arms out. So you're coming into an aeroplane type motion. Thumbs are going to point towards the ground. And then we're going to actively squeeze the glutes. Push the tops of the feet into the floor. And peel the head, neck and shoulders off. Neck and shoulders, the head off the ground. Head and chest. Hold it here. So this is our locust pose. See if you can find a little bit more range. Squeeze the glutes, open the chest. For 3, 2, and 1. Nice. And relaxing down. Take a moment, gently rock through the hips. And then gently bring yourself round. We're going to swing the legs right around. Okay. From here, we're going to get a nice deep hip opener. So I've got my feet a little bit wider than hip width apart. Fingertips are going to point the same way as the feet are. From here, extend the right leg out and then draw the right ankle across the left knee. Make sure to keep the foot as flexed as you can so you're not going to cause any damage to the knee. If you're feeling it in the knee, then slowly lower the left leg away from the body. We're going to actively keep pressing the right the right knee away from the body and keep the chest lifted. Just notice where you're holding tension and just see if you can let go. The more you can relax, the deeper you can get into the stretch. So really try and just soften everything down as you come towards the end of your practice. Lovely. Slowly release. Taking it onto the left side, so extend the left leg away. Woo. Left ankle draws across the right knee. Chest stays lifted. Flex through the left foot. And then actively press
the leg away from the body, that left knee away from you. Let go of any tension, let go of any stress, any pressure you're putting on yourself, of what you feel the shape should look like or be. Just take it to your own edge. Lovely. And slowly release down. Nice. Shifting the hips down towards the heels, slowly bring the body down. And we're going to bring the feet just about hip width apart, ground through the heels, and we're going to take it into our bridge to finish. So slowly tuck the pelvis underneath, so rocking the hips forward, belly's going to draw in, press through the heels as you roll up through the spine, and keep the glutes nice and engaged here. Keep pressing through the heels, tummy staying nice and drawn in. You have the option to stay here. If you want to take it a little bit further, you can interlace the hands and draw the shoulders underneath the body. Holding for 2 more breaths. And then slowly take away your hands if you interlace them and bring that spine down. So bone by bone, nice and easy. All the way down. Mid, lower back, and then tailbone. Nice. Okay, to finish, we're going to go into Supta Baddha Konasana. We're going to bring the soles of the feet together and relax for the last 5 minutes of our practice. I can't stress enough how important it is just to take this time at the end of any stretching sequence, or even after a really hard training session, or any time that you're feeling stressed. The best thing you can do for your body is find a place of comfort and just breathe. Just simply focus on your inhale, that sensation of the air coming in through the nose, the lungs filling up, and then the exhale as everything softens down, and the sensation as the air passes out through the nose. Just simply breathing in and breathing out. Now feel free to stay here, or if this feels uncomfortable, you can extend the legs out for Shavasana. And the video is going to finish shortly, but you can stay here as long as you like, and I really recommend it. Just to take the time.
Good. Hi guys, this is Frank, strength and conditioning coach for Birmingham City University. Today we're going to do a circuit training and high intensity interval training with the aim to improve fitness, maintain fitness while we are in the house. Welcome my house in Italy. It's very warm today again, and what we're going to do is a circuit compounded by 5 exercises, which we're going to perform for 30 seconds in between 10 seconds interval, okay? 10-second rest. At the end of these 5 exercises, we're going to have 20-second rest, and then do again all the set for 4 times. This video is for scholars sports students, but also member of staff, the intensity of these exercises is very variable. Okay, so if you find the following exercise challenging, slow down the movement. If you find these too easy, try and go a little bit faster, and you can always add one more round, starting again this video, and therefore feel the pain. Okay, so start with your warm-up. If you have a warm-up routine, please perform it before doing the session. If not, be sure you add this warm-up exercise in your routine. Okay, so let's lie down with the back down, shoulder down, opposite hand, opposite foot, straight knees as possible. Okay, try and have the shoulder down, 4 times each side. Okay, knees to chest and split forward. Grab your knees to chest, split forward. One more time. Okay, nice. Let's do the same scorpion, chest down, side to side. One more time. Nice. Okay, so shoulder in, shoulder out, in, out. Squeeze your shoulder blade back, then release. Okay, so opposite hand, opposite foot, knees and elbow together. Okay, so straight in. Okay, switch side. And one more time. Nice. Cool. On your feet. Okay, split your stance. Opposite hand, opposite foot. Okay, push your hands all over. And other way around. Nice. Okay, bounce on your calf in order to stretch your calf. Okay? So bounce on your toes, stretch your calf. From this position, one leg forward, Superman position. And one more time. Nice. Okay. So today we're going to perform the five exercises. So these exercises are side jumps, mountain climbing, side, let's say single leg lunge, okay, left and right, and then we go for press ups. For the side jumps, what we need to do is holding on one leg, switch side to side. Remember to push your knees out, never Bring your knees in, okay? Straight chest, flat back, show you from the side. Okay? Then we have mountain climbers. In this position, okay? One knee's up, the other down, okay? If you find these, let's say, too difficult, you can just do 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. If you want to go a little bit faster, you can start from here and go fast. Okay? Then we have single leg lunge, let's say lunge forward, what we need to do. So we go for, we start with one leg from this position, we go down, up, down, up, down, up. Okay? This is the third exercise. Then for the fourth exercise, we switch leg, we do exactly the same. Okay? Okay, that is the fourth exercise. The fifth is the press up. Okay? For the press up, we start in press up position, then we go down and we go up, down and up. Remember to have your wrist at the same level of your shoulder, not too wide, not too close. Okay? If you find this difficult, you can go on your knees and carry on your knees. Okay? So, have your water with you? Stay hydrated. Okay, so I'm going to start my timer and we're ready to roll. 3, 2, 1, let's go. So side to side. Few seconds. And time. Okay, let's enjoy 10-second rest. And we go for mountain climbers. Let's go. Nice. 10-second rest. And we go lunging forward. Okay? Let's do first with the left leg, then with the right. Let's go. Stay in line, chest up, push your knees out, few seconds. Okay, 10-second rest and go with the right leg. Get in position, show you from the side. Let's go. Push with the front leg, don't push with the back leg. So enjoy 10-second rest, we go to press up. Remember, if you can go with your legs straight, go on your knees. Now let's go. Nice. Let's enjoy a 20-second rest and we go for the second set. So warm, guys, so warm today. Ready. Side jumps. Let's go. Push side to side, swing your arms. Now, 10-second rest, and we go mountain climbing. Ready, let's go. Second rest, lunge forward. First left, then right. Let's go. Stay tall with your chest. Go down in the middle. Push with the front leg. Few seconds left. Down. 10-second break. We go on the right. Ready? Let's go. Few seconds, stay on. Nice. Let's go rest, 10 seconds. We go for a press out. Ready. Let's go. Nice. 20-second rest, and we go for the third set. Ready? Let's go. Side jumps. Time. 10-second rest. We go mountain climbers. Let's go. Knees up, knees up. Nice, 10-second rest. And we go for single leg lunge. Ready? Left first. 1, 2. Push your knees out, stay in line, big chest. Nice. 10-second break. We go for right side. Ready? Let's go. Nice. 10 seconds break. Go on with press ups. You ready? Let's go. Nice, let's enjoy 20-second break. We go for the last round. Ready? Let's go. Time. 10 seconds break. Mountain climbers. Let's go. Knees up. Nice. 10-second break. Let's go. Left side. Okay, 10-second rest. We go right side lunge. Ready? Let's go. time. 10-second rest. We go press up. Last one, guys. Let's go. Nice. Good job, guys. Whew. That was intense. Whew. Let's have some water. Dry a little bit. Well, guys, that was the session today. Hope you enjoyed. Remember, these videos have different intensity, is meant to be for different level athletes and staff and individuals. The aim is trying to stay fit in the house while this crazy time are going on. So if you found these a little bit difficult, slow it down, okay? I'll show you the adaptation. If you find these too easy or to challenge a little bit, you can always add one more round, okay? Aim again, cardio fitness, cardiopulmonary efficiency stays active, and also muscular endurance stays on. Hope the audio video was okay in terms of quality, and see you next time.
To make sure that you get no aches or pains or muscle injuries. So we're just going to do a simple stretch out like we've done in the other workouts. So just down in as low as you can get, feeling the stretch through the leg, and hold that. I'm just going to bring it up to feel the stretch through the back of both legs. Bring this leg up towards you, stretching out your calf and hamstring. You should feel the stretch on the back of the leg. And then we're just going to switch legs and sit right into it. Nice stretch. Towards you. And stretch over to the side. And over to the other side. Stretch your hands out in front of you. And just pull your arm across you. We've worked the legs hard, so we'll just pull those back as well. Good stretch. And in a moment, we'll do a full body stretch on the floor. Okay, so flat on your back, nice full body stretch. and relax. Well done for doing today's hit and the other hits. I hope you've enjoyed them, and I've really enjoyed being part of this year's This Is My City Festival, and it's been a really great experience for me, and I hope you've enjoyed it too. Thank you.
Yeah. People, hopefully, that was a very painful visual experience. Go hit the mic up, bro. Sorry, we didn't get all the mics in place. That was that yoga thing was kind of like, and the cool down was kind of like a bit dangerous.
Listen, yeah, we tried some. I'm sure something snapped and ping and
Bro, and you know what? You appreciate them the next day, people. Trust me, man. You know, actually, 5 minutes afterwards, you do appreciate them, actually. But cool down wasn't like it's a West Indian saying you're born ready, you know.
No, definitely.
And you really not, you really are not, man. But 100%, that was really cool with the workouts and whatever. And I think this is what This Is My City about. Is again, it's about the whole being of people, the whole life experience, man. And I think it's just really, really important for us as human beings to take care of our physical, mental well-being, and bring our culture, history, and really bring in a wholesome well-being aspect to our lifestyle. And I think that, you know, through music, social, you know, everything's positive rather than this monotonous Instagram, Snapchat. Anyway,
yeah.
Sorry, young people, I'm not gonna have a go at you. But anyway, so I just about to make a post on my Instagram actually, but you know, but anyway, so that's where it goes anyway. What else is saying, bro? Anyway,
No, definitely. And mental, you know, when you hear like mental health awareness before, you think it's an illness or something, but it's just maintenance. You know what I mean? It's maintenance, knowing when to have breaks. And I've been reading some studies about our sleep patterns at times, allowing your body to rest and your mind, and how productive you are. And the ones who are pinnacle in their industry, they have these good safe practices of mental health.
Oh, bro, they all exercise, they all do this. You notice certain people that got the gym in their house, they do this, they do that, and they have but yet everybody else can't go. You know, always laughed at people when they walk the dog. Now I don't have a dog, but you don't realize the time that you have to yourself to think to walk the dog. That 20 minutes in the morning is healthier than anything else, bro. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I used to laugh at people going for walks. So what you gonna do? He goes, I went for a walk up in the hills on my birthday, thinking, I gotta do this more often, man. Just have nature hit me and all this business, man. So I'm thinking, you know what? All these positive things, you know, you laugh at other people for. You know what I mean? You make mental health, bro. Like, I don't have no mental health issues. You know what I'm saying? But I take care of it, bro.
I'll take care of it. Especially if you want to strive and hit your goals and everything, you got to find the right pattern that fits sets for you. There'll be times that you will not hit it. You'll notice things ain't going right, or internal stress or illnesses. But you have times to pause and reevaluate everything you do. So anyone out there, just look at, even today, just have a little 5 minutes, see where you're at, see what you can do, and then it's not too late to stop.
Far from it. And going into this next video, now, you know, I was privy to this video, like a cool video, obviously, you know, was involved in production with this video, and this is about, you know, people growing up in Birmingham, what was Bromtown mean to them, from different couple people's perspective growing up, what food you like, you know, growing up, what chip shop you like, and whatever. So, you know, we have our chip shops, that we like. My boy Giorgio, man, you know, yo, I don't know what it is, man, but I got sport for choice, man. I had Greek chip shops with the one man my side, man. You know what I mean, bro? Like, I have to be honest, man. I just don't have anything else but Greek chip shop. You know, anything else, I just don't even look at. You know, because it's just it's called quality control, man. It's just, you know what I'm saying. So growing up, that was around me growing up. Obviously influenced from church, West Indian food and whatsoever. But you have different things, and this video is quite funny, talking about the foods that people have, the restaurants, experiences, what you go up and growing up, man. But I don't know about What was your
Listen,
spots?
yeah, the Greek chips was like, it was in Great Bar. There was one, but he was generational, so his son took over,
Yeah,
etc. And I can remember me and my boy Farron, we used to go there and used to have the biggest fish, the freshest chips,
Ish, man.
the
Remember
curry
scallop?
sauce, the scallop.
Scallops, man, bro. When you're broke pocket, you know, you get the scallop out, man. When my 20p, man, get that scallop,
Listen,
man.
And my dad took it to another level with mussels, and now I'm like,
I'm kind of about that, man. Yeah.
but no, with food as well, it's a source of life, and we're finding now as well. There's a lot of fusion, you know what I mean? And I know if you're very traditional, oh, I can't mix it with this, can't mix it with that. But if it has that health elements, you find a lot of fusion foods now.
Yeah.
And that is the way the market's going.
But you know what's funny? Yeah, that's a point, you know, because my friend, she's Ghanaian and she grew up in Italy. Yeah. Now, this is proof that you are infected. Your foods are affected by environment. So we have a Caribbean descent. So we could say, oh, okay, we're not influenced. You know, when our grandparents cook, they're not influenced by English foods and culture and whatever. I totally disagree because my friend, she went to Italy now, grew up in Italy, and they use olive oil in a jollof rice. Yeah, and my other friend who grew up, who come over here. She don't do that. She uses palm oil, but she's affected by the Italians and they use olive oil instead of palm oil. You know what I'm saying? And also they find a way and have jollof pasta as well. So obviously you don't know that's affected by it there. And also for us as well, you know, I don't know if you've had harder bread and patties in the West Indies. It tastes totally different to the UK, you know, and we are influenced by our cultures, and this is when we all mixture. It affects our food, and we're affected by Birmingham. That's what I love about Birmingham. You know, we have a cultures collide.
No, definitely
Not collide, but you know, mix.
Because I love my saltfish, and then if I said to some of my like grandparents or parents, "Oh, I had saltfish and pasta," they'd be like, "What? What are you doing to my saltfish?" But it tastes good, and I'm getting the fish, the omega, the omega-3, and I'm getting the carbs from the pasta. It's nice. It goes down. You ain't gonna do no harm. So, not to disrespect our traditional, it has helped, and our younger generation, and finding ways that fits for them. Yeah, source of life, and then just move forward.
Yeah, man, most definite, guys. So, guys, you can check out this video. This video has got some famous people in it. You'll check it out because you might recognize a couple of them. I'm not gonna tell you who it is because you know you might switch off if you don't like one of them. But anyway, so yeah, but you definitely check this out, and it's a really cool interview. So check this out and hang in there as we switch over.
Okay.
So we're here to talk about what Birmingham is to us in our own lens.
Yeah.
Now the This Is My City programme is made up into components of food, culture, art, music and sport. Okay. Now I'm going to test your knowledge on everything today with a Birmingham focus.
Okay.
And I want you to let me know what Birmingham is to you.
Okay.
Yeah. So
I'm not good at sport though, you know that, innit? My belly. I'm not good at sport.
Right, but we all know sport exists.
Yeah.
And we'll talk a bit about that further on in the show.
Okay.
So we're going to start off with something that's close to everyone's heart and has got a universal language: food.
Of course.
How hungry are you from a scale of 1 to 10?
Look at the size of me. What do you think?
Stop it. From a scale of 1 to 10, how hungry are you, by the way?
Say from a size of 1 to 10.
No, I didn't. You don't what I said.
It was about to say that.
I didn't mean to say that.
It's all right.
Yeah, I didn't mean to say that.
Go on, a scale of 1 to 10.
Okay, are we hungry? Are you
Yes.
hungry?
Yeah, 10.
I'm hoping that the mic's not going to pick up on my rumbling belly.
Okay, all right, that's good to know. Okay, so before we go into food, I want you guys to give me a snapshot of who you are. Obviously, our listeners, our viewers may know you, may not know you. So we'll start off with you, Roy, if that's okay.
Yeah.
I've personally read your story, which I think is fantastic.
Yeah.
But you give us a snapshot of why you're a TikTok phenomenon and a bit about your past.
So, I'm a TikTok what's the word? Phenomenon.
Superstar.
Superstar. That's what they say. Superstar. TikTok superstar. You know, from making funny videos. I started on Snapchat 4 years ago, making videos, and I posted them on Instagram, and they would get shared a lot. But then it wasn't really until TikTok came along when everything started to really like go wild for me. And in the last year, I've tripled my following on Instagram. Now nearly 100,000.
Wow.
Yeah, and TikTok I started with 0 followers, and I'm nearly at 400,000.
Wow.
Now, yeah, my videos get millions of views and get shared a lot. And
So are you what they call an influencer?
I hate that word, but yeah,
Is that what it
that's
is?
what they would call me, an influencer, but I'll just call myself.
So you're not going to fight with Mayweather like all these other influencers are doing at the moment?
I'm just here for like the free food that they offer me, and the free cakes. And like, can I send you some cakes and things like that? Yeah. But that's how it all started, really. Yeah.
So
TikTok.
Tell us a bit about your past. I mean, there's some stuff online about you.
Yeah.
And you know, I think it's really interesting that you know you've gone through whatever you've gone through, and you are where you are today.
Yes. So as a, you know, obviously growing up in Birmingham, grew up in Birmingham with my parents till I was about 11, 12. Went into care, so I was in care for like from 12 to 16. I was in local authority care in Birmingham, lived in foster homes, lived in children's homes, passed around, you know, place to place. I went into a hostel when I was 16, and I'd been in and out of hostels until I was about 18. And then I got my own house like, through being a care leaver, that's what they would call me. I've dealt with drug addiction, been addicted to drugs twice, been addicted to cocaine, and kicked it both times. And
Well done.
thank you. And alcohol. You know, so I've had my issues, but I think being online, being able to talk, and especially making people laugh and things like that has helped me. And it's, if ever I get, you know, like feeling like I want to go and do something bad or something to harm myself, I just think like how much I have to lose if I go back down certain avenues, you know what I mean? So yeah, I'm going up, I'm moving up in the right direction.
Well, all your followers are following you because they like you,
Yeah.
and they're following you because you're giving them something that they don't have.
Yeah.
You know, and you're making them laugh.
Yeah.
So who makes you laugh?
Me, I make myself laugh. Some of the things I come out with, I think, you know, you can't say that. Alan Carr is one of my favourite comedians.
Okay.
Yeah, I watch a lot of his stuff. If I feel low, I watch Alan Carr. Yeah.
You know, I love the guy, and I forgot his name now. He was on Britain's Got Talent. He's got cerebral palsy. You know, the young boy that nearly won it one year. But he was a comedian.
That's about 2-3 seasons ago.
Yeah,
I don't watch it a lot. But
I don't watch it, yeah. I
yeah.
don't watch BGC, yeah. I don't watch it.
Yeah, and he came out and they threw egg and flour on Simon Cowell.
Ah?
And then he says that was my opening act. Someone stole it for me. That was.
I would have loved to have seen that.
He works off his toes because you good comedians, you've got to work fast, haven't you, and be witty.
Yeah, witty, yeah. That's it, witty.
Witty. So thanks. We'll come back to that.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm not going to let you off the hook that easily.
Oh, yeah, see, I've tried it.
So over to you, Natalie. How about a snapshot about you?
Natalie Graham, and I am a presenter on BBC Radio WM and BBC across the Midlands. I also look after and manage my mum, who is sort of international Birmingham, born and bred soul sensation Jackie Graham, who was sort of a game changer for a lot of Black British female solo artists from back in the 80s. So she sort of opened a lot of the doors for people like your, you know, your Jamelias and those kind of people that followed. And I've sort of grown up literally in the music industry. So kind of music, born and bred. That's my passion.
Yeah.
The one industry that she never wanted me to get involved with was the music industry. She's like, no, go and get yourself a full-time job, and you don't want to be like me. You want to know where your money's coming from each month and everything. I've done stuff from IT recruitment, got into property from a young age off the back of things that I managed to achieve with that. But the music was always the draw, and I just sort of got to a point where I'm like, Mum, I can't keep on doing what I'm doing just to keep you happy when it's not making me happy. If it's a case of just sort of not knowing where my money's going to come from and having to hustle in life, I said I'd rather be happy doing that and maybe struggling or whatever kind of, whatever doors that kind of opens up. But at least I'm going to be happy doing it. And plus as well, there's a lot of sharks within the industry. So there's so many things that have happened within her career. She's had sort of a bit of a tough life growing up. And it was just to be able to get involved with my mom, knowing that there's no hidden agenda. Everything that I'm doing is because I love my mom, and I just want to see the best for her, and not be there to take advantage, but still be able to get my percentage at the end of the day as well. So just keeping it real.
I get that back.
And then to sort of get into the radio side of things was purely by mistake. It was just a sort of a pleasant accident. I've executive produced for my mom as well, so I've executive produced the last couple of albums, put them all together. So I don't just sort of manage, I do a few other things within that field. And then just had her on a promotional tour, and off the back of some of the stations that she was at, it was actually down in London, one of the guys was just like, he said, have you ever thought about doing radio? He said, you've got a great voice. And I was just like, you're trying to say...
You do have a great radio voice.
Thanks very much. I said, I've got a face for radio. So off the back of that, then started with them, and it was a sort of a soul station. And after my first show, he said, you're not going to be here for very long. One of the big players is going to snap you up. And then the next thing I know, a lovely gentleman by the name of Ed Adu, who's got a good few shows on, I think it's BBC Three Counties, was just like, right, you need to get in touch with, let me give you the details of the person who heads the whole of BBC Birmingham. Made contact. My mum's done, we've always been involved with them when it comes to charity things and children in need and so on and so forth. So we had a good relationship anyway. But I don't think they were expecting the angle of me going and saying, right, I was interested in doing a show with Mom. Because I'm just like, well, I'm just management. I just sort of sit in the background and, do you know what I mean? I prefer to just be not seen. And yeah, we did a show together. They said, how about coming in and covering the Soul and Motown show, the pair of you?
Wow.
And then off the back of that, they said, right, how about coming in and doing a New Year's Day special for us? It's like, okay. And then they called me back and said, we want you without your mom.
Hang on a second, was that on New Year's Day or pre-record?
That was a pre-record.
I was going to say.
It was a pre-record.
okay.
Just let
Yeah.
me walk before I start running. And off the back of that, they called me in and said, listen, we love Jackie, but we're very interested in you and seeing what can develop. And then 2.5 years later, I'm still there, and I've gone from sort of one show a week up to 5 nights a week now with the BBC.
Wow.
So,
but you have got a great radio voice, and when I introduced this show, I was practicing it in the car, practicing it at home, thinking, I'm introducing a show to a radio presenter.
You are silly.
And I even did the in the mirror thing.
Right.
How does it sound? It wasn't happening. What's happening? Okay, great. Thanks for that snapshot, guys. So we'll get a bit of chance to go into a bit more detail about what you guys do. So we're gonna go into food.
Okay.
Yeah. So
like
personally,
sorry,
I've just scratched my mic, so you might get a scratch on the mic. Personally, I grew up around food.
Yeah.
So I'm Greek. I grew up in the chip shop trade.
Can you cook?
I can cook.
Are you a good cook?
I'm a good cook, right? So I grew up in Handsworth. So my father had the Acropolis Fish Bar, which was quite famous actually.
Where was that?
And on Holyhead Road.
Oh, Holyhead Road, yeah.
Holyhead Road, yeah. So I grew up there basically, and yes, I've always grew up around food. But I know that Birmingham, it's just so diverse. You can get a dish from everywhere. Obviously, we've all got our own individual taste buds. Yeah. But you can go for Persian, you can go for a Baltic Triangle, you can go to the chip shop, you can find Greek food, you can find anything. So I personally think that's a good thing about Birmingham. So I'm going to ask you guys a couple of food questions.
Okay.
Right? And then you're going to talk to me about what you think, and then we're going to do like a bit of a score rating on a couple of things.
Right.
Yeah? Okay, so I'm going to start off with you, Natalie, right? So I want you to tell me, right, what your take is on the food culture of Birmingham, and a bit about your upbringing through a dish.
Right, okay, that's a good question. Well, like you said, the diversity that's available within Birmingham is is brilliant. I mean, you just mentioned some of them, and then you can get sort of Lebanese. One thing that you missed out was obviously the Caribbean food that's available as well, which is, you know, sort of part of my staple diet in terms of growing up. I mean, my heritage is my mom's family's from Jamaica, my dad's Irish, and I suppose to a certain extent, my dad was almost wooed by the food that my mom's grandmother used to cook, because he was used to, literally, he would say he was used to sort of, you know, pink sausages in boiled water and cabbage and potatoes was just something that was, you know, sometimes a luxury, or they'd come in from playing and it was jam sandwiches. And then he met my mom because they went to school together. So they've been together since they were sort of 13 and 14. My mom was never allowed out, and then he'd sort of go over and see my mom. And then the first time he saw seasoning being put on a chicken and everything, he's sort of sitting there saying to mom, he's like, what's that? What's she doing to the chicken? And he's like, oh no, I'm not tasting that. It's just like, and even seeing them wash the chicken and this, he hadn't seen any of that in his household growing up. He's like 14 or 15 kids. So yeah, he's once he tasted one of the patties, he was hooked. So at home, it's very sort of seasoned, flavoursome food. My mum will sit there and say, I can't cook like my granny, blah, 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 blah. But yeah, my mum's a good cook. And I've sort of watched growing up in the kitchen as well. So there's a sort of, I say Caribbean food, you know, we've got a good menu in our household, although I think I do probably a little bit more of the cooking nowadays than my mum. But again, in Birmingham, you can get anything. Like you said, if you're sort of sitting there and you're thinking, I just fancy some chicken and chips, you can go and get that. I mean, and especially as you go into the centre, because I love Japanese food as well. So
teppanyaki.
Yes. When
the samurai sword comes out, you start chopping it up in front of you.
I've never seen that.
If you haven't been to one of the teppanyakis in Birmingham, they are brilliant.
Just don't do, can I try this? Because the thing's a hot plate. You're going to burn your hand off.
You'll be in trouble. But yeah, they do all the tricks and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, from sort of Japanese, your Chinese food, just there's so much that's available. And I think that's one of the beautiful things about Birmingham is the cultural backgrounds and the multitude of ethnicities that have gravitated to this city and sort of put their own little imprints.
Yeah, I love that.
On it.
You mentioned patties. I love patties. And I remember when I used to work in the chip shop, there used to be this Caribbean chap who used to come in, and his afro was that big. He used to go underneath like that. And I used to ask my dad, why is his hair so big? And my dad used to say, because he eats all the patties. Right? And I thought that if you eat patties, your hair grows. You know, I had just thought that. I just thought that's the case. No. You know, so, and then one day, I'm going off on a tangent, I tried to grow my hair long because I wanted to look like a Mediterranean slick, you know, with a ponytail. But it went out instead of going down, so I stopped eating patties because I thought it's because of the patties. So there's my Caribbean story for you. So I'm not a comedian, by the way. You're a comedian.
No, you're a good one. No,
I'm not a comedian. So Rory, let's hear your take on food. And you know, have you got any funny stories about food that you've either shared with your TikTok guys or tell me about your taste buds to start with? Let's get your belly rumbling.
My taste buds. Okay, so I mean, like you were saying, diversity here in Birmingham. There's so much to choose from when you want food. You can literally be anywhere. And there's food shops everywhere, isn't there? All over Birmingham. It doesn't matter where you are. You're not far from a food shop. Caribbean, Chinese, Asian, Japanese. I didn't even know about Japanese. Greek, that's a new dish that I've been introduced to. Because I didn't even know that I could get Greek food here. So I will eat anything, you know. Absolutely anything.
Human?
Well, I eat a human. No, I eat a human. But I'll eat anything. But I mean, McDonald's is a big thing that I'll go on about a lot on TikTok. And I was just literally stuffing my face in McDonald's every day.
And that's not a great thing, though.
No, it's not a good thing, no. Now I'm trying to eat less McDonald's and eat more cooked food, you know? Yeah, eat more home-cooked food. Growing up, you know, I'm half Irish, I'm half Jamaican as well. So my dad's Jamaican, my mum's Irish. So I had best of both. Sometimes things would be really basic, you know, we'd have chicken and mash, roast potatoes with gravy, and then sometimes we'd have curry mutton and rice and peas, or we'd have brown stew chicken, or we'd have curry chicken. Like, there was just so much variety to choose from. But as a young child, I didn't really like spice and flavour and things like that. I used to lean more towards the chicken and the gravy with the mashed potato.
Okay.
And being in care, you know, the food was very basic. You know, it wasn't the best. It was just frozen food that they just put and give you, and that would be it. So when I got older and when I was able to take responsibility for my own cooking, things like that, I wanted to learn more about making food, and then I leaned more back towards, you know, West Indian foods. So now I'm a great cook. I cook West Indian food amazingly, and that tends to be now what I eat a lot now. Yeah, so I can make all them kind of things.
Wear your apron and everything. Do you get into the mood?
Yeah, proper. Put the tunes on. Yeah. Put my music on. Put my apron on. You know.
Are you one of these
season my
guys that you know? They always say kitchen should be in a triangle formation. So you've got your hob, you've got your sink.
I'm all over the place.
And you're one of these people.
Either.
I have no organisation at all. No, I'm terrible.
You don't dance from one station to another just to get into the mood.
My kitchen's a mess. If someone crashed a plane into it, mate. Yeah, it's bad. Yeah.
So we're gonna talk about a couple of things in the city. We're gonna score rate them, right?
Okay.
So Birmingham is known for the Balti Triangle.
Of course.
Okay. So have you been to the Balti Triangle?
Mm-hmm.
Have you been to the Balti Triangle? Oh,
Never been.
No. How can you rate something you haven't been to?
Can we go after? Let's go after.
What do you know about the Balti Triangle?
Sell it to me.
Sell it to her.
It's iconic. That's the only way I can explain it. It's iconic. Anything you want, everything you want. Obviously, it's not just one restaurant. It's a collection of restaurants.
It's a triangle
you know what I mean?
of restaurants.
A triangle of
There's
restaurants.
a lot of competition there then.
Yeah, but
There
You
will
got
be
your favourites?
my personal favourite, Tipu Sultan. That's where I like to go.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you know you've been to Tipu Sultan?
No.
Mosley.
Oh yeah. Okay. I know where it is, but I've not been.
My favourite, my personal favourite. That's because of the interior and the decor and the table service. But then there's other places. Think of a place. Can you think of any?
Well, there's. I can't think of a place, but in that triangle, there's also a couple of places that aren't too healthy, like Karachi fried chicken and places like that.
Yeah.
Within that triangle.
Yeah.
But I've been to that triangle, and
Where is this triangle?
it's in Lady Pool Road.
Yeah.
In
Right.
Spark Hill.
Right, okay.
Okay, and it's basically
But there's and Mosley Road as well.
proper
Right, okay.
authentic Asian restaurants. You know, from your Pakistani to Bangladeshi and a lot of people come to visit that triangle because they know it's authentic. I mean, I did go there once, and the one guy says to me, it was only Asian people in there.
Yeah.
And he says, this is a very spicy restaurant.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you're not Asian.
Akram's as well.
Akram's.
Yeah. Akram's is another one as well. Yeah.
You know, I'm making a mental
Akram's
note
is
of all
really.
of these.
Yeah.
You gotta go. You've gotta go.
Because am I right in saying that the Balti, to a certain extent, was almost born
It's a British
in
dish.
Birmingham?
It is a British dish.
Yeah.
It is the evolution of Commonwealth migration, definitely. So the Bangla community, the Bangladeshi community really set up that food chain. There's a good friend of mine actually that's done Bangla Food Journeys, a heritage project.
Right.
And he's done that. He's looked at how Birmingham and Balti was created and so forth. But yeah, Balti was created, and it's more of a British dish.
That's why it's similar to Curry Mole in Manchester.
Right, okay.
Have you been to Curry Mole in Manchester? That's all. No, that's.
I do like curries as well, by the way.
It's actually called Curry Mole. It's called Curry Mole on your sat nav. If you go there, it's called Curry Mole. That's what Balti Triangle is.
Right.
That's Birmingham's version.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I've got a lot of friends who sort of Indian heritage and sort of Sikhs, Hindu Punjabs, everything. They're like, Natalie, they said, if you go to India, you don't go somewhere and order a chicken tikka masala. They're like, that's English.
Yeah.
So it's just, it's interesting to know that I've not sort of been
evolution. So because Natalie hasn't been to the Balti Triangle, I want you to rate it out of 10.
You want me to rate it out of 10? I mean, to be fair, I've ordered from there a few times. I found hair in my food, and that's so. I'm not going to be very generous with my rating. I'm going to give it a 6.
Okay, all right, we'll give it a 6.
Generous.
It's still generous, but there have been times when I haven't been satisfied.
Okay.
So.
Yeah. So obviously we talked a bit before about healthier options.
Yeah, sorry.
That's fine.
Go
Right.
on.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm all right, go on.
So we talked a bit before about healthier options.
Yeah.
And cooking at home. Now, let's rate the city on availability of healthier options.
Okay.
It's getting better.
Is it?
They're trying to get better. That's my opinion.
Yeah.
So what's your opinion? And then we'll go into the rating.
My opinion?
Yeah.
I don't think there's many options here, personally. The only two that I know, Falafel Munch and Vegan Munch.
Okay.
In Selly Oak.
But what about your Nando's and your Perifinos?
Oh, I don't think they're the healthiest.
Grilled chicken?
It is grilled chicken, yeah, I suppose. But then the rice and that is quite
Yeah, we can get fried rice
kind of
and then
things,
the
yeah.
chips. So they still have that unhealthy option.
Yeah.
So for you, the rating's low, perhaps.
I would say there's not a lot of choice, but then I don't really think there's a lot of demand either for people
okay.
wanting to eat healthy. Yeah, I think people want to eat when they eat out. They want to eat bad food. Yeah.
I think a few years ago I would have agreed with that, but I think now the mentality is changing.
Do you think?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think a lot more people are becoming kind of, I say more health conscious, but I think more aware of what they're putting in their bodies. I don't know if over the last year is something that's made people sort of assess it that little bit
they
more.
might be right. Yeah.
But if anything, I think there's probably a lot more that's available to order online. I mean, even if it's a case of you want to make your own pizzas at home and everything, you've got all these different businesses that have set up that give you those kind of healthy options or vegan, vegetarian options. I mean, I'm not vegetarian or vegan or anything. I just love food. But I think if it depends. I think it depends on you as an individual. If there's something that you want and you don't want to go for the stodge and the chips and the chippy and everything, I think if you look for it, then there are places that you can find.
Yeah. There are, but the healthy option is not always appealing.
No.
It's not always the most appealing.
But then that's what I mean. Is that more so a matter of choice and having to cater our own palates because we're just so used to your McDonald's or your KFC and just that kind of that quick fix, that sort of if you're on the move, you're on the go, you're thinking, right, okay, I haven't eaten, what can I pick up? I know, let me just go through the drive-through, get something.
It's so
it's
easy
just
to
that
do
that pace of life that we've been used to over the last few years is kind of we're catering our bellies to that pace of life. Whereas I think again the last year, because everything just came to a standstill, then people are just like, right, okay, well, you know, the drive-through's not open, so now I'm going to get, you know, some of the boxes of fresh meals that you can get delivered now that are sent to your home. That's something that I've been doing with my family for the last probably since January. And I just thought, you know what, every time I go to the supermarket, I think I'm going in for some bread and milk, that's it. And I come out and I've spent like £40-50.
All the time.
Because
I made a video about it the other day.
It's ridiculous.
I literally just went in for like bread and I came out with like 2 packets of Kit Kats and fruit pastels and cream cakes and I think why? And then I eat them all. I literally sit there and eat them all and then I complain that
But
I'm
how much
fat.
do you spend as well? Just
I
stop.
sit there screaming at myself saying I'm fat, moaning, having a breakdown whilst lying in wrappers of Kit Kat and fruit pastel and
The chocolate coma.
Oh dear.
So you've got I think there are things available, but like I said, that's just like a discipline. If you're going to be in your life a lot longer, then don't worry. Then we'll fix up your palate, get you eating healthy.
So I want you guys, before I give you a bit of a quiz, to tell me your top 3 food places in Birmingham. Over to you, Natalie.
Mine would have to be one of the teppanyakis.
Okay.
Purely because I'd say any teppanyaki, just because I love Japanese food.
Okay.
I am partial to the occasional Nando's,
Oh wow.
which is quite handy as well because it happens to be based right opposite my my building when I come out of work after either going in before. Should I just get a nice little chicken and a
you work
pizza?
at Mailbox, don't you? Yeah. Of course.
And what else? See, I would probably go for somewhere like if you're going for like a nice restaurant and a meal out in Birmingham, and just because it's got the nice ambience and able to overlook the city, is somewhere like a Marco Pierre White's.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But that's just being sort of slightly bougie. But that's just like I said, that's probably because it's something that I've missed as well for the last, being able to go out for a nice.
Have you been to the Brazilian restaurant underneath?
Yes, I have. That's,
The one
do you
that
know
they
what?
come, they've got like a traffic light system.
Yeah.
Again, that's
what's it called?
meats
Begins with an
galore,
R.
but it's
Begins with an R. Yeah, that place is
Don't eat before you go there.
Rizzo's.
Something
Rico
like that.
Rosado or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, so they come and they just give you one meat after the other,
Yeah.
one meat
Yeah.
after the other, and then you just have to put the red light or the green light.
It's
you
given
know.
me so much inspiration for when I walk out of here today. Where am I going to go? Where am I going?
Okay, so what about your top 3 places?
My top 3. Okay, so fish and chips, Gabriel's in Harborne, definitely.
A friend of mine owns that.
Oh, really? Yeah, Gabriel's, 100%. It's always on point. Castle Hill, which is in like Shenny Lane, that's Chinese food. And my dad's kitchen, because my dad's always got a pot on the go. Like,
Okay.
yeah, they're my 3 top places. Yeah,
When you say your dad's kitchen, has he got a place or is your dad's house you're on about?
that's his house. Yeah.
Oh,
his
okay,
house,
all right,
his
I get
kitchen.
that. Right, now, listen, so This Is My City is a Commonwealth programme. So I'm going to give you a Commonwealth country, and you're going to tell me a dish or a food that's from that country,
Okay.
Okay.
or you're going to try.
No pressure.
Right?
Oh
Now,
Lord.
Yeah,
some of
yeah.
these
I
things
don't even know what
you might not even know that they're from this country, and
Right.
you eat them on a daily basis.
Okay.
So I'm going to start with one, obviously, that's close to me.
Yeah.
Cyprus. Well, hang on, before we start, you got to do like a fake buzz. It's like a competition here, yeah? You go buzz, like
Right.
that, and then I select who's going to go.
So we're gonna name the food.
You get, but you've got to, when it comes to your head, it's like, you're not catchphrase or something, you press the buzzer.
Yeah.
Okay, press the buzzer and tell me.
So you've already said Cyprus.
Cyprus. Go. Buzzer. Go.
Buzz. Right. Okay. I'm gonna say falafel.
That was going to
No.
be mine.
About yourself.
Oh,
It's a
what,
falafel.
olives?
Halloumi.
Oh, squeaky cheese. It's one of my
Halloumi is
favourites.
from
Ah,
Cyprus.
halloumi's from
They've
Cyprus.
just got the EU go ahead that anything that says halloumi on it has to come straight from Cyprus.
Shame on me.
Right then, now this one's going to be quick. I'm gonna just give you a warm up. I'm going to say the word, but you have to be quick on the buzz.
Okay.
Okay.
Jamaica. I'll give it to you only because she was before you.
Yeah.
Because you haven't had turn.
Curried mutton.
Okay.
Yeah.
What were you going to say?
Curry chicken.
Okay. What can you shop that's from Jamaica in a shop? Is there anything out there that you can buy?
Plantain.
Hard dough
Okay.
bread.
Okay.
Bun.
Oh, I was going to say
Is this Timmy Mallet? Timmy Mallet is it? Timmy Mallet.
Sopley Jen.
Ackee and saltfish.
Okay, listen. It's not on my list, right?
Yeah.
You have to. We're gonna do Caribbean food because you guys know it well, right? You're gonna say one thing, then you're gonna say another. Remember Timmy Mallet?
Yes.
remember
Mallet's
Timmy
Mallet.
Mallet?
No, he's
Right, Timmy Mallet, basically, you have to say something, and the other person has to say something that's related to that thing, but can't say the same thing,
Right, okay.
and then you have to bounce back with something else. So
Okay.
we're going to be Caribbean food,
Okay.
right, until someone loses.
Okay.
Are you ready? Take a deep
You
breath.
know when we would do this before you said this was like Mallet's Mallet, there was no pressure. Now,
Now I'm pressure.
my brain's
I'm trying
just
to think all
gone
the seasonings in
empty.
my cupboard.
Okay, right. I'm going to
Right.
count to 3,
Okay.
and you can start.
Oh, okay.
You're not allowed to repeat
Why is it
something.
always on me?
Okay, you ready? Take some water. Right, 1, 2, 3, go.
Browning,
Patty,
chicken,
rice and peas,
stew,
banana.
pumpkin,
Can I say Guinness Punch?
Yeah,
bottle.
bottle.
You have to put a Guinness punch in a bottle. Come on, keep it going.
I was about
lost
to
me.
say
You
red pea soup,
Red pea soup.
Lentils,
ackee and saltfish,
island.
Dunn's River Fall.
Oh,
Now we've gone to Jamaica.
Okay, all right. Anyway, listen, you're both equally as good. Equally as good. Right, next country. Buzz system, yeah?
Okay.
But it's the first buzzer now. I'm not going to be like giving you
Okay.
because you haven't had a go. India.
Buzz.
No.
Naan.
No. Yep. Bangladesh.
Buzz. Curry.
They do loads of curries. Are you allowed to say
Tikka.
that? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Ghana.
Buzz. Oh.
Oh, that was a close one. I'm going to take answers from both of you.
Okay.
Right. What's your answer?
I've completely forgotten now. But go on, take.
Jollof.
Jollof rice.
That's what I wanted. That
Yes.
was.
Is that what you're
Yeah,
saying?
I was
That's the only thing I know.
That's the only thing I know.
Controversial as well, because in terms of the different parts of Africa, who does the best jollof?
That's exactly. We've got a girl that works for us. She's a PhD student. She's from Ghana.
Yeah.
And she said exactly that.
Yeah.
They have a competition between Nigeria, Ghana, and all the other countries.
Yeah.
Who's the best jollof rice? But I've tried it, and I like the rice. It's
I just
lovely.
love jollof rice. But
Amazing.
yeah, ask my
Lovely rice.
Nigerian friends versus my Ghanaian friends, and yeah, it's there's a battle.
So we're going to hit the music scene now.
Okay.
Right now, so I'm going to kick off by saying I did say before that I grew up in a chip shop in Handsworth, but above my dad's shop, because we used to have. I don't know if you remember, there used to be a night here called Money Pennies,
Yes.
and the Michael Ryan brothers. They used to work for us. We were very good family friends.
Right.
But they used to run gigs above our shop,
Okay.
music gigs. I'm not sure if your mum performed, but a lot of people from Handsworth and musicians performed above our shop. So I grew up
Right,
around
okay.
music. So
Yeah.
I met UB40 before they were anything, you know, and others. And then I forgot his name now, past the Dutchie on the left-hand side.
Yep.
You know, and all them guys, they performed above our shop. So I used to sneak in because they used to have doormen and everything, but I was that small. I used to sneak through their legs, go upstairs and listen to the music. So we're going to talk a bit about Birmingham and the music scene, and you know, what's come out of Birmingham, what's new in Birmingham. So I'm going to hand over to you to start with.
Okay.
So I want you to tell us a bit about your take about Birmingham in terms of the music scene. I'm trying to read off my notes, by the way, but I'm on sport, not even reading the music bit. And what talent you think's out there, and obviously your mum's a Birmingham born and raised talent. So over to you anyway.
I mean, there is so much talent that stemmed from the Midlands. It's incredible, and Birmingham in particular. I think my mom's been gigging. My dad sent off for her first ever audition when she was 17, and she got signed, I think, back in 1983. So I mean, I was 2.
Wow.
But when she started to have her successes and her hits and everything, sort of 85-ish, everyone instantly would turn around and say, Jackie, you've got to move to London. You've got to move to London. That's where it's all happening. That's, you
Come out of
know, if
Birmingham.
anything's going to happen for you, you've got to be down there. And she was just like, why? What's the point in that? She said, you know, here, when I've got gigs, I'm smack bang in the middle of the country. I can just get to anywhere. If you've got a gig in Newcastle, Manchester, wherever it is, it's just the positioning. It was a lot better, but everyone was just very sort of London centric. Whereas you had, like you said, your UB40s, you had Duran Duran up at the what used to be the Rum Runner and everything. You've got the likes of your ELOs and your Bev Bevans. You've got your Ozzy Osbournes. I mean, I'm going back. This is like way back, even before my time. Steve Winwood is from Handsworth. So I don't know if you've heard of Steve Winwood, but Steve Winwood is, if you know the tune Higher Love that Kygo did with
How does it go?
with the Whitney Houston track.
yeah.
So the original was by a guy called Steve Winwood.
Oh, okay.
And I mean, they did it justice, but for me, you can't beat someone like Steve Winwood. And again, like I said, Handsworth, born and bred.
Yeah.
And he's someone that's gone, you know, all these artists, the majority of them have sort of gone sky high, and you sort of sit there when people ask the question, oh, where they're from. Most people would probably think, oh, they're from London.
Yeah.
No, they're not. They're from Birmingham. You mentioned Musical Youth. You've got there's so many great artists. You've got, I mentioned earlier on, people like Jamelia.
Yeah.
The sort of your Lady Sanities of artists today. And one of the things that I get to do on my shows on Monday on the BBC, we sort of feature an introducing song of the day, which is usually from someone that's homegrown talent from in and around Birmingham and the West Midlands. And there is so many incredible artists out there, and I always say that I'm like a broken record. It's my favourite part of any of my shows, because having grown up in the music industry and just knowing how difficult it can be and sort of cutthroat, and Now you've got an opportunity as well. You don't necessarily have to have a major label behind you because you've got social media platforms and everything, that if you can get the right kind of audience, you can build a following and a fan base from that alone. And there's just such a wealth of incredible artists that come from Birmingham, and that's something that makes me, I say every week, it's something that makes me very, very proud to know that there's an opportunity now for more and more people to get discovered and put themselves on the map and fly the flag for Birmingham. And my mum performs, she's had #1s in US Billboard charts, all sorts, you know, your South Africas, your Japans, Australias. And one of the things that she sort of stresses on, because people always thought that she was American when she was coming up, because sort of their music was a little bit ahead of its time, and because she could actually sing as well, that was the other thing. And people always thought that she was from Birmingham, Alabama, and she used to have to stress. She's like, "No, I'm not from Birmingham, Alabama. I'm from Birmingham, UK." So that's something that she still says to this day. You know, I'm proud to be a Brummie. So yeah, I just think that the music scene here is great, and it's exciting as well to know that there's that much more talent that we're still yet to discover.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Rory, and we spoke before we started, and you've got a tattoo about music on your arm. So let's kick off with that. To start with.
Music makes my world go round. So I was raised with music. My dad is a musician. My dad was in a band with Pat O'Banton before Pat O went on to have his success. Crucial Music, the band was called. And my dad is good friends with Andy Wickett, who's worked a lot with Joanne Duran, wrote a lot of their big hits. So, and my dad makes his own music as well. He likes to sing, he makes beats, produces. So I grew up with it, and when I was young, 15, 16, grime was a big thing at school. Grime music was a really big thing, and garage. Everybody wanted to be a rapper. Everybody wanted to know how to write bars. And I think back at that time, there was a lot of opportunity for young people to express their creativity. I used to go to 641. It was a council-run studio. It was funded by the council. You could get studio time there for £1, and you could go and record all of your songs at the studio. And I thought it was great. I still rap now, but obviously my focus is on obviously like the content. But
hang on a second, you still rap now?
Yeah, I still rap now.
So have you got your own material?
Yeah, I've got things out there.
Why don't you share something with us?
It's explicit. I can't.
Is it like copyright?
No, it's just.
Oh, it's explicit.
Yeah, it's explicit.
Sorry.
Yeah,
no. Let's not go there.
It's a family show.
Not go there.
It's a family show. I'm trying to be a conservative, moderate. Is that the word? But yeah, I mean, so much great talent has come out of Birmingham in the last 10 years as well. JK, Lady Leisha, look at all the success that she's had. Stefflon Don is from Birmingham, which I didn't know.
That. Why did I think she was Dutch, or she got some Dutch connections?
She did live in Dutch in
Holland.
Amsterdam, Holland,
Okay,
in Dutch.
I knew what you meant.
Yeah. And I think now, especially there's so much, you know, the landscape of music is changing. We've gone from grime to drill. Now there's a lot of drill music out there, which is what most of the young kids are listening to now, you know, drill music. I think the UK's just had its first ever #1 drill song in the charts, so it's a big thing. And
you know, is that sort of that your main genre that you listen to?
I make drill music, but I have grime influences in my music.
Okay.
Because that was what was around when I was growing up, and I think that's what shaped me as an artist as well. So when I write my raps now, I write them with a grime flow, but to drill beats.
Okay.
Yeah, so I work with drill beats now.
You were talking about grime, and I'm just really intrigued that you said you're an artist, so it's something that you feel very passionate about.
Yeah,
you know,
100%.
So in comparison to your TikTok show or your TikTok platform, where you're like a comedian more or less.
Yeah.
If you was to get a choice, comedian or artist, where would you go?
Artist.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you use your TikTok? Sorry, I know.
I was going to say that. I was going to say that. No, please help
Stop
me.
asking questions, Natalie. I'm just, Do you use the platform for both?
No, I keep it for comedy really, because that's why everybody follows me. I think if I start trying to be a musician on a comedy page, I'll lose a lot of followers
Okay,
that follow me for comedy, because that's what they follow me for. They don't follow me for music. So I'm still working out how that works going forward, because I would like to do both, but I would like to pursue them as separate entities.
Can you not
And
set up
still-
another one then and
Which
have
is
it so, and then
probably
you'll
where I'm
have like
gonna go, yeah.
your followers from the comedy
Yeah.
page that if they're into that kind of music,
that will go
will
and follow
naturally
me.
kind of
Yeah,
gravitate
yeah,
to
that's
that anyway.
exactly what I'm gonna do. Yeah, it's just working out logistics, working out how I'm gonna promote it and how I'm gonna put it out there. But going back to Birmingham and the music scene here, you know, there's so much talent here but I don't feel like enough focus is put on the talent that's in Birmingham. I feel like the focus is still on London. When I listen to the late night shows, you know, like Tiffany Carver, the BBC One Extra shows, a lot of the music is from London. And I think, well, being in Birmingham, I hear amazing music from the places that I go to, the studio, into the rehearsal rooms. You know, that I feel like we need to find a way to shine the light more on young creatives that are up and coming in Birmingham.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
Can I ask what music you like?
So I like all sorts of music, you know. So obviously I like Greek music. You know, and we're not talking Zorba the Greek here. You know, with smashing the plates, you know, and things like that. Which when people think ding ding.
Would I stereotype
you know,
like
so
that?
we're not talking like that. So I like European music. So I play flamenco guitar.
You play?
Yeah. I play
Okay.
flamenco guitar and things like that. So I like the Spanish scene as well. So, because I've grown up in like a very Mediterranean atmosphere, naturally my taste buds, like you said before, your dad was a musician. It comes naturally to you, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So either your taste buds or your likes, it comes from your upbringing, really.
Yeah.
But you know, I mean, I remember being at school and listening to Garage, and I remember working in Ayia Napa, which is in Cyprus, which no one understands that it's in Cyprus. They think it's a country. Oh, I'm going to Ayia Napa. Where's that? Oh, it's in Ayia Napa. You know, so when I used to work there, there used to be, the garage scene was massive.
Yeah, I've got some
Massive.
fond memories.
Yeah, massive, just humongous. And I used to really like it, but I didn't like the atmosphere it used to create, because I used to be work on the door.
Right, okay.
You see, so, and when there used to be like really big DJs. I remember a DJ, Mickey Finn. Was it Mickey Finn? Can't remember. There's a couple of big.
Yeah, is he more on the drum and bass side?
There was a drum and bass DJ,
that's
Mickey Finn, and there was a couple of other big DJs that came to the island, and I did their shows for them while I was working security for their shows. And my gosh, it was horrific.
Was it moody? Like,
It was moody.
Yeah,
It was really bad. I mean, I don't want to change the tone of our talk, but
Yeah.
it was bad, you know. And unfortunately, someone lost their life.
Wow.
You know, so. It's
See,
just
that surprises
unfortunate.
me as well, especially on the sort of the drum and bass side of things. Because when I went to Ayia Napa, it was sort of, again, it was the garage and all that kind of stuff. But some of my best nights out have been at the Custard Factory when it was the drum and bass nights down in Digbeth, and you kind of got that gritty scene, and you know what I mean. It's just got that kind of drum and bass vibe, and they were always, you can guarantee, like no trouble, because everybody's just in a
dance
zone,
and I like that, and I love that. I like the dancing scene, and I like the feel good. I mean, we talked about two feel good subjects: music and food.
Yeah.
You know, so food makes you feel good.
Yeah.
You know, when you're hungry and you
Yeah.
think, oh, that dish was nice. But
and makes you start dancing.
So hungry,
exactly.
Just makes you start dancing. Absolutely, that's me. If I eat something and I like it, I'm just like, got to do the food dance.
But then, and then music as well. You know, music can make you feel good, but then both can also do the opposite. If you think about it, if you get a hair in your plate and you're hungry, you know, you're not going to be happy. No. You know, or if you've had something and it's not gone well with your body, you know, and then the same with music, I guess. But I mean, people use music for different things. You can use it for training, you use it for relaxing, you use it as an exit strategy. I think both music and food have got a universal language without doubt, you know. So
I think with music as well, I think going back to what you were saying, certain types of music do come with certain stereotypes, don't they? Definitely, and especially drill music is associated with gang violence and stabbings, things like that. And you know, back in the day, bassline music, you know, like Niche Sheffield, and he used to come and do the night here. You know, people off their heads on drugs, like rocking and jaws swinging and things like that. Do you know what I mean? And people ended up in ambulances and just, yeah. And then I suppose if you looked at it on the other scale, you'd say, you know, the opera, everyone dresses up smart for the opera. You know, it's really.
But it's
quite
a different clientele, isn't it?
Yeah, it's, do you know what I mean?
it's
So different music definitely comes with.
So I've worked all across Birmingham in all sorts of clubs.
Did what I say make any sense?
Yeah.
You did, yeah. So I've worked, I mean, and I've seen different music scenes. So I used to work at Brannigan's.
Yeah.
And that was like, you know, very cheesy type music, and it had a different type of person in there. I worked at Ipanema for years.
Okay.
And that was like a salsa cafe.
Yeah.
A different vibe, happy, everyone doing these crazy moves, break dancing, all sorts of stuff. I worked the Rat and Parrot, which was dark.
Bring back some memories now with some of these names.
I
Yeah.
don't even remember any of these
Wow.
places.
And then when I was, and this
Andy's
is,
making me feel old when you come out with statements like that. But yeah.
Sorry.
so,
The Rat and Parrot. Oh my
yeah,
gosh.
so and plus, I mean, everyone that worked on the door there was black, apart from me. You know what I mean? So it's almost like I had to come on par, but I was fine, you know. And then when I was 17, when I started working in that field, thank God I don't work like that. I don't work in them arenas anymore. The first door I worked on was in Wolverhampton. You said you live in Wolverhampton. Yeah. It was called the Orange Club.
Okay, I don't
Right,
know.
and it was they said we're going to go and work at a blues night.
Right.
Right, and I thought blues, and I thought, you know, like the blues.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
No, not that kind of
I
blues.
love that. I love the dude. I
BB
love the
King.
blues,
No.
You know, alas, my woman. And I went to this
Wrong
blues
blues.
thing. And I stood on the door there, and I thought, this ain't no blues night here. He said, where's the jazz player? Where's the, you know? I got really excited. I was 17. I was big for 17. And I was like all these guys from Handsworth that I knew that I grew up with said, come work the door with me. And then straight away, there was like a big tribe of people that came. There was 30, 40 of them. They just rushed the door.
Have you been to blues?
I just thought,
No,
what's
I
going
mean,
on?
that's when you say like blues parties and everything, that just makes me think of the blues parties that my mum and dad tell me of, that their uncles, like my mum's uncles used to put on, and they had the big speakers in the houses in Handsworth, and then the music, you'd hear it for almost miles, and you'd just have...
blues when I was like 13.
Really?
Yeah, I went to a blues when I was 13 years old, yeah.
See, I didn't even know
In
that people are still
Hockley,
kind
it was
of...
called Inner Circle, that's what it was called.
Okay.
And it was literally just in a room. It was just a room with a woman on a hatch, so giving out bottled beer, which you pay for. So it'd be out the crate. So you'd have a hatch, like a little kitchen, you know, like one of them.
Yeah.
You'd have a hatch. The woman would stand there, you go for your beer, I'm like £3 for your bottled beer. It was warm, because there's no fridge. It's not like, you know, a club. And then you just go through some doors and it's just a warehouse with speakers in it, like a big,
that's how the Orange Club
about
was.
as big as in here,
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I don't think I'd go to another blues night again, because that was my
No
experience.
chairs.
No chairs.
No chairs.
Chairs?
Don't
You don't need
nowhere
chairs
near.
at a blues
No
party.
windows.
Just standing up and, yeah. Everyone's
So
like,
just to wrap up the music scene, I mean, Birmingham, there's parts of Birmingham now getting really trendy for me, what I've seen growing up in Birmingham, like Digbeth, you know, and all them areas. And I know the custard factory existed before. I've met the guy who actually brought the custard factory
Right.
years and years ago, because it was just like derelict.
Yeah.
And then he got different artists and creatives that came in and said, well, can I use this space for ballet? And then, or can I use this space for art? And then it started to
It's perfect for all of that as well,
out.
though, yeah.
And I love the quirkiness
Yeah.
around it. And I just think that section of Birmingham, you know, it's growing and it's giving a different vibe.
And you've got all your street food and everything down there
And
as
the
well
street
that they do,
food, you know,
yeah, and your
Digbeth Dining
graffiti
Club.
and just the mixture of it all coming together.
Yeah.
It's a brilliant space.
And I just think if someone comes to Birmingham to visit Birmingham, it's just a great place to take them.
Yeah.
Just a great place to take them. So we're going to go on to sport.
Okay.
Right? Because, you're smiling. Because,
because I don't know anything.
so basically, we know that the Commonwealth Games are coming to town. The Commonwealth is also going to have food and music involved as well.
Yeah.
So the This Is My City programme was sort of built up on the back of that. But the programme that we've got is to celebrate Birmingham, whether the Commonwealth Games are here or not.
Yeah.
Because for us, the Commonwealth's been here for 70, 80 years. It's not just now when the Commonwealth Games are coming, it'll be here after.
Yeah.
And, you know, whether people admit it or not, you know, Birmingham has been built by Commonwealth success, by migrant success. So if it wasn't for the migrants that are coming from all the countries, Birmingham wouldn't be what it is today. Yeah, and a lot of people have been successful. Our Asian counterparts, like East End and people like that, and they've got all these great places. But someone from their family migrated here. Because of the Commonwealth. So Alexander Stadium's being built, and it's going to be an iconic facility, one of the best in the world. Edgbaston Stadium always existed, and is another iconic facility. Now, hopefully, we'll be out of the pandemic by the time the games come.
Yeah.
And Birmingham becomes that tourist attraction, for the Commonwealth Games. So, what's we'll start off with anyone who wants to jump in. What's your take on the Commonwealth Games and sport in Birmingham as a whole?
I mean, when it comes, I like sport and athletics anyway. So when you get the opportunity to sort of see things like this and it's sort of televised, to be able to go to the stadiums obviously would be an incredible experience. But I just love sports anyway. Just sort of growing up watching all of the different sports that are available. But you've got the football scene, you've got some of the big derbies that you can have here, whether it's your Villas and your Blues, and you've got your West Brom and just some of the rivalries that you can get within that. But then you mentioned Edgbaston. I've grown up watching cricket with my dad. That's one of the things that I've always wanted to do is sort of take my dad to the Caribbean to go and watch a test series. And you've got, like you said, Edgbaston for you, just all sorts of sports. And you've got some great people that have actually come from Birmingham, who have gone on to do some great things and represented not just the country, but again they're flying the flag for our hometown.
Yeah.
What's your take, Rory? Thank you.
Well, I'm not really into sport. Like I don't really follow sports, but obviously I know we have Aston Villa, we've got Blues, we've got the Baggies, we've got the Alexander Stadium, we've got the cricket club. So we have a lot to offer in terms of sport, don't we? Which I think is great, and I do see a lot of sports being advertised and offered to young people for them to partake in. But overall, I think the Commonwealth Games is a great opportunity for Birmingham to put itself out there even more, as a place to visit, not just for sports, but for food and for culture and for music and for arts and for shopping. I think it's a chance to refresh and revitalise, the image of Birmingham. And I think it's
what would make you say you're not into sport?
Yeah.
What would make you be into sport or be into activity? What could make it appealing for you? Are you saying it's not appealing?
Dangle food on top of the goalpost. I think a lot of my lack of interest in sport is out of laziness, but I do go to the gym now.
Okay.
You probably can't tell yet. I haven't got my six-pack yet, but...
It's in there.
It's in there somewhere, yeah, it's coming.
It's coming.
It's coming, so I've been starting to go to the gym. I think as I become more active, I would like to take up sports, probably something like tennis. I don't know about football because I don't understand football.
Yeah.
Things like I don't understand it. So I hear people say like offside and five-a-side and backside, and I'm thinking I don't know what any of it means. It's just like algebra symbols flying around in my head. Like I don't get it.
Okay.
I think
swimming is good as well.
Swimming's very good for you as well.
Swimming.
I think the other thing as well with something like the Commonwealth coming back to Birmingham is the inspiration that can actually give to the next generation that are coming through. Because you've got, you've got youngsters, and whether it's through football and that, you've got so many football academies that are available, and kids can get involved from sort of the age about 5 or 6 or 7 now. I mentioned earlier on before we started that my uncle used to play for Aston Villa, so he was with Villa when they won the European Cup in '82, and he'd gone through a whole sort of training.
You've got a successful family. Yeah.
What happened to me? But you've got, you've got the academies on the football side of things to a certain extent as well. You've got academies when it comes to cricket. Some might say that cricket is not necessarily is probably a little bit more of a slightly expensive sport for kids to get involved with. But I think with
that's changing.
same with golf as well. Because I mean, I like playing golf as well. So it's again, it's something there's a sort of a change, a cultural change slightly. But with the Commonwealth, because it incorporates so many, the Commonwealth Games, I should say, because it incorporates so many different sports. I think for school kids to be able to see these kind of stars and athletes coming to Birmingham and being able to see this on the television and think, wow. I mean, I remember, I can't remember how many years ago now it was, when all you had Usain Bolts and everyone were coming over for
2012.
For 2012, and weren't they? Didn't they have the camp in Birmingham?
Yeah,
Was it the
so
Jamaican
there was
team
the
was staying?
American and the Jamaican
That stayed in Birmingham?
Both had camps in Birmingham, so yeah, we worked on that.
Some years ago, I think I was about, I might have been about 9. I was going to Bourneville Junior School, and I don't know if you remember this. You remember the baton?
Yeah.
The purple baton, and it was running through. That was for the Commonwealth as well, wasn't it?
That was
for the Commonwealth Games, yeah.
I think that was the Olympic.
Was that the Olympic?
Torch, yeah,
I think so.
Yeah, the Olympic torch. That was when
was it Denise Lewis?
It would have been. She did something, didn't she?
She
was carrying it. Yeah.
She carried it through. Yeah, I was there that day.
But did that inspire you?
At Bourneville.
What did that make you feel like when you seen it?
As a child, like, amazing. Yeah, I was gassed when I seen it. I was like.
But it's created a memory as well. So,
course,
considering that you said you're not interested in sports
to
that extent, if there's something that can actually
head,
stick in, and that's what I'm saying when it comes to the next generation coming through, to have that kind of an impact. Now, you'll have some that might not want to get involved in sports, but you'll have others that might sit there and be inspired and watch the games with their parents or whoever it might be on the TV and think, I want to do that.
Yeah, I remember that. Do you know, that's a memory from my childhood that you've just brought back to me. Just even speaking what you were saying about, young people being inspired, then you've brought that memory for me as a young person.
Yeah.
I was inspired in that moment, yeah.
And I think as well, there's a load of parks. Haven't they got all these different training facilities? They're trying to make things more accessible
and
now.
it's interesting that you say that you were inspired, but it's about homing in on that for a child and giving them an offer that longs out that inspiration. There's a legacy to that inspiration. Yeah.
So whose responsibility is that though then? Is that just purely down to the parents to tap into that inspiration, or is it down to us as Birmingham as a city?
I think it's down to everyone. It's down to Birmingham as a whole.
Yeah, we're back. All right, man. Right, so obviously, guys, you got a taster of talking about what people think, what the cool spots in Birmingham are, and eat. I'm a boring eater. I don't really have anything apart from West Indian food and McDonald's. I must admit, I was cussing when my guy was talking about McDonald's, but we all did our McDonald's things because. But I think McDonald's for our generation is different to these guys though. Still, yeah, McDonald's was like a treat. You know what I mean? Like these guys have McDonald's for Sunday dinner. And for McDonald's breakfast is like, how's that possible? Like, is that for real? Like, you know what I mean? So I had my first McDonald's when I was 13 years old.
I'm a KFC. I like KFC. I like McDonald's, but a KFC bucket all day long.
Bucket. And you know what you eat there today? The joke. Let's talk about buckets. Yeah. So I'm sorry guys, what's a joke? Yeah, still. We got nuggets now. Yeah. Now nuggets back in the day was 6 nuggets was like okay. 9 nuggets is proper like big portion. Like you have even 9 nuggets. You have to take your time, get a shake, and eat your 9 nuggets. Yeah. These are talking about 20 like it's nothing, bro. Like 20 nuggets is that, and obviously we're not advising people because we've been talking about well-being to go out there, but it's just a little thing I smiled when I was working because I work with young people. And one of them says, I can eat a 20. I'm thinking 20 is called share, bro. Share with a family of 6. You know what I mean? Like, bro, like these youths are just backing off 20 like it's nothing. But
Yeah.
It's the way it works out anyway, guys.
Yeah.
But now it's calm.
And that video, it was good as well for people to share the influence in
Mhm.
Birmingham and the people that influenced them
Mhm.
as well. So thanks, kudos to those as well.
Yeah, yeah.
And there are some great people, individuals that we know and probably out there
Mm.
that have got some stories to share.
Oh,
got
yeah.
some things to let people know and everything. And that's what we'll talk about later. How we can embrace that and
Mm.
help them get their message out.
Mhm.
And doesn't always have to be, it's going to be a costly thing or etc. Come, just let's talk and share it to the world, because the impact that you may have maybe succumb what you ever think about.
Mhm.
It's just about talking as well.
No, 100%. But it's a little bit of prelude before the next video. Is like, we're just coming out of lockdown, and this my city did a really cool lockdown podcast, which I was part of one actually. And it's talking about faith, but let's be real, bro. The lockdown was a killer, and I don't think I know that we haven't recovered from the lockdown that we've had from COVID as much as we went around in this summer. I don't think it's done a damage that is crazy.
Yeah, it's changed the game, and there are some positive things about COVID, because it kept people at home and together. But then you can have family issues just from that, or you could have the benefits from it. For myself, being around my sons and everything was. I don't think I got that time because I used to travel a lot. And because of COVID, changed the time. Changed the game. I'm working more home remote. And I could still do that. And you have its difficulties when they're at home. You got to keep them engaged, and especially like my wife and everything, finding new ways to keep things going. But it's the technology aspect of it. Things that we'll think about that will be about 10 years and now literally around the corner. And even people have embraced it. Churches, organizations are embracing it, and still there's a lot more that we can do. But now people are having, if you are working from home or mixing the office and at home, well-being wise, you've got the opportunity now to increase that as well. And there are some great entrepreneurs and projects that come out from it as well. So people like through COVID, it was in some ways it was a bad thing because we lost people, but the realness of it, it's just made us think like, what's around the corner?
We've definitely processed, man, and for everyone who had shares in Zoom before COVID, you are definitely driving a nice car right now. If you're taking your shares out, because definitely Zoom was this, amazing investment if you did it beforehand. But something about this is a dev worship, because myself are from the Christian background, and something that really challenged. It gave time for us to actually think and contemplate a lot of issues within our faith, and that's issues, questions that we have about our faith. And it's an interesting phase of lockdown, a lot of things that, culturally, what's got mixed within faith and culture and so on, and faith's got a major part to play in in all our cultures, to be honest, whether it's Hinduism, whether it's Islam, whether it's Christianity and whatsoever, and the lockdown has caused us all to reflect on our faith, our core faiths, our cultural faiths. So this was quite an interesting conversation I had, and with these guys, man,
Yeah, and I watched it before, and even people that don't actually associate themselves with a faith-based group, but they have the moralistic.
Yeah, of course, man.
It really tests things, especially with traditions, etc. Why are we holding on to these traditions? Cultural things,
cool.
When the world and our generational movements are very fluid and fusion as well. But you got something to hold on to. So watch this and just think about it.
Yeah, man, most definite, man. So let me just line this video up, and here we go, guys. So hang tight.
Hi everybody, and welcome to today's edition of This Is My Lockdown podcast. I have lost track of what number of lockdown we're in. Is it 5.0, 4.0, I do not know. All I know is that we've been stuck at home for almost a year and it's getting tiring, to say the least. But I recently found out that lockdown, and everybody hates the term at this point, but lockdown is synonymous with a safe space. And this is what we're really hoping to create with this podcast, a safe space where we can discuss mental health and well-being issues, because these things are really relevant during these really trying times, especially for our Black community, knowing that there are so many health inequalities and things that are going on that need to be addressed, especially when it comes to mental health, as I've already said. So what we hope to create with this podcast, with this is my lockdown podcast, is a safe space to discuss these mental health issues that are within our Black community from a very culturally sensitive perspective, where people can understand that it's okay to not be okay, but to seek help where and when they can, and to allow people that to remember that there is help available. Again, I can't stress that enough, and remind us that we within our communities have the capabilities and the strengths within our culture and all the things that are happening around us to actually maintain good mental health. But if we don't talk about it, we can't transform the narratives, really. So this is what this podcast is about. We're proudly sponsored by the National Lotteries, and this is part of our COVID response as a This Is My City brand. So you are welcome to the This Is My Lockdown podcast. Today I have with me the stars, the amazing Roger Moore and the amazing Nikki Tapper. They have Nikki has over 20 years of radio experience. I don't even know what I'm doing here. Roger owns the studios where I'm recording these podcasts in. So again, I don't like. Yeah, they are going to own the show today. Okay. But today we're going to discuss a bit of a sensitive topic, and talking earlier, we've just been discussing what kind of trying to get a balance between faith and mental health within our Black communities. So for the This Is My Lockdown podcast edition today, this is what we're going to be discussing. So I have with me again Roger Moore and Nikki Tapper. We'll go ladies first and have Nikki tell us about herself.
It's all cool. Right, Angela. Thank you very much. And so your first point to me is a little bit about me, or more so just straight into what?
No, a little bit about you.
About me, yeah. Golly. Well, as you said, yes, 20 something years in radio broadcasting, mainly on, or still there, on local radio for BBC, or BBC Local Radio for us here in the West Midlands. So I've been on there coming up to 18 years. But radio, I suppose from a young child, has always been part of my life. I didn't have a TV when I was younger, so I always had radio in mind. I didn't think I'd end up being in there, because actually my career was as a teacher. So I ended my teaching and management career 2 years ago now to pursue the self-employed life, #self-employed life, which has been a journey, especially over this time. But in recent months, which was really good, Roger and I, thankfully, our friendship in a way goes back many years. Our families both at the same church, so we kind of grew up with each other in that way. And so it was just a joy to get asked to be part of the Affinity Extra team and present a show that is really me. I am a talker. So radio definitely suits me, but the joy of music as well. So where are we now? 4 months in into Affinity?
That's almost 6 now.
No, my gosh, Look at that. It's gone. That time has gone. So really enjoyed the journey so far with Affinity Extra. So that's where, in a sense, the other arm of what I do. And then I suppose another spin-off. But one stage I was very fortunate. I felt the Lord had really blessed me to have teaching as a main career, radio presenting, and then hosting events. So I've done everything from weddings, parties to outdoor live events as well. Okay. So that's a little of me.
That's a lot about Nikki. I didn't know all of this. I read it, but yeah, it's nice hearing it from you. So
you read it. I don't remember putting it up. Sorry. No.
People talk about you. You're that famous.
Yes.
Trust me.
Roger.
Okay, about me. Where did I start? About 20 odd years ago, you know, I was a young kid in church and just got frustrated with the sound of gospel music because I was a teenager that looked at my friends listening to drum and bass, and I was listening to choirs and stuff, and I thought, hold on a second, this doesn't sound too right to my generation. So I had a choice: do I create it myself, or do I go out there and enjoy it at the institute? And I decided to be the one that was left and work on a sound which is UK, but it was our way of presenting the gospel. And over the years I've focused on producing, and then I moved into more media, set up my own magazine, and gone from that to video production. Now the one thing that I didn't want to do, which was radio, I ended up doing running it online. I'll call it a media platform just to keep away from the radio term, but effectively radio. But the real thing is for me to create positive, is for people in our community to eat positive of music, because I feel that we'll probably chop into this anyway, is that we are purely as a Black community being put out there as a community that does crime through our music, and that is being promoted, that we are criminals through music, and whether the kids like it or not, other communities do not lift up this message, only our. So there must be something behind this, and for me, instead of moaning about it, I'm going to do something about it, and the positive music that we do have, we're going to be promoting that. So that's where I'm at, and that's my heart, because it's positive.
Yeah, and that's amazing, because we are really all about changing the narrative, aren't we? And I like that point about music, and we'll get back into it a bit later in. We're going to talk about faith and mental health, and I'm going to read out a few statistics, because the researcher in me cannot go away without putting the research out there, you know. So we've been in a global pandemic for, I've lost track of time. How long?
Officially March, wasn't it, last year? I always remember it, March the 23rd officially.
So
2020, my gosh.
Yeah, and it's 20. So yeah, we've been in it for like almost a year over a year, if you're counting in Chinese time. I mean, it started in China, that's what I mean.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
Oh, did it? Oh, did anyway? Sorry.
Yeah, but
oh dear.
Yeah, but I mean, it's been hard, and I've been quite curious to know if more people have become more religious or have found a faith during this period, because in times of such uncertainty, people always want something to turn to, you know. And I actually thought the statistics would be a lot more overwhelming anyway, because well, maybe within the UK, not as much, but I've heard so many reports all over the world of people turning to religion or faith or a higher power, because we've been stuck in our homes with ourselves and our family, and everybody's driving each other crazy, you know, and people have been trying to find, you know, that safe space where they can just commune or reflect. And I found a few statistics on here. Who did the research again? It's by Theos. They say that YouGov did a polling by Paul Bickley, and what they found was that with regards to religion and faith in the UK, pre-lockdown, 45.3% people were affiliated with Christianity, 2.9% Islam, 3.9% non-Christian, and 45.7% were, didn't associate with any religion at all. But post-lockdown, as at the time they did the study, that was in March 2020, I believe it has increased by now anyway. Christianity has increased by 1%, so it's 46.3% now. Islam is still 2.9%, 4.0% for non-Christians, and 44.9% for people with no religion. So, even if it's just 1% of the percent, the population, something has changed, you know. And this is what we're trying to discuss, that what is making people want to be more religious. I know we live in a really secular community or country where a lot of people aren't religious or have no faith, or, you know, all of that. And that's fine. Everybody is, welcome to have their opinion with regards to faith. But when it comes to mental health, what role do you think our faith or your religion has played in your mental health and well-being, and what it means to you?
Well, for me, it's definitely been key. I can't sit here and not say that my personal journey is, if I didn't have faith in Jesus, I don't know what it would be like, because if I have faith in him and I found it difficult at times to not have a faith, I would think that would be a struggle. But again, as you rightly said, people have their freedom of choice. We're in a democratic society, so of course you don't have to. But I think it's a great balance of mind and thinking and action that I found I've needed in my faith. So my faith in Jesus has really propelled me to see things differently and actually recognize that I serve an almighty God, a God that really has things in control that I can't see. Because, well, I suppose, as you rightly said, we'll come on to that, because we're in a society that says I've got the right to do whatever I want to do. I can choose how I want to live. The pandemic has shown there are things outside of us that we can't manage, that you can't understand. And the rise in people struggling with their mental health, I would say, has come from the fact that they've strived too much to try and sort it out themselves, and then it sent them doolally, or it just sent them really off kilter. And where I believe, for me, having a faith, having the Christian faith, has given me that sense of balance, that I really can hand over certain things to the Lord, and he's going to sort it out. Not in a magical sense of the word. You know, like, oh yes, I'm going to just send out my wand and I'm going to send it all away. Don't worry, which is where I feel, unfortunately, the way Christianity has been painted in years gone by, people see this God, well, he's just going to come, you know, he's either a God of fear and battering and major discipline, or he's a kind of, I've lost the word, just gone, but, you know, he's that kind of Harry Potter-esque type of God that's just going to throw out a wand and wave things out of the window. But I don't believe that. I do believe that he has given us enough strength to deal with what we need to deal with, but we need to rely on him, not on ourselves.
Thank you, Nikki. Roger?
Okay, I'm going to be a bit more controversial than that, because I you know, and I totally agree with Nikki 100%. You know, without faith, it's hard. I've seen a lot of people struggle even within faith, within Christianity. There's a lot of Christians right now that probably said, "Yo, I'm a Christian." You know, that realistically is suffering right about now. They are struggling with their journey. And now I want to be specific towards Black Christianity and the things that we've suffered in the lockdown. Now, since the lockdown happened, we've faced the highlight of injustices of our community through the whole Black Lives Matter, which again, we've been that's a whole other subject. Am I allowed to say it or not? As a Christian, you know, I believe I am, because I believe that Black lives do matter. I feel like, you know, but that's a whole other subject in itself. We've had to battle with that and actually look in the mirror, because we're in lockdown. We've had to look in the mirror and had time to look in the mirror without somebody telling us within 2 seconds what's right and wrong. And there's been a lot of challenges in that area, because we haven't dealt with the injustices within Christianity and what the church has done historically. So people are asking questions and no answers being given. So that's a struggle for Black Christians right now, and Black people have faith within the Christian realm. Also, the reality show is that for my Nigerian colleagues, they were here and seeing the thing that was happening in Nigeria, you know what I'm saying? That was massive to them. You know, I spoke to a number of my, I believe it was SARS. SARS. That was you know, they're literally broken, you know, stuck in here, watching their country break down. So we, as a community, have had these external things happening. And my question to people is, what would our faith look like after lockdown? And you know what I'm saying? And I believe within our community, and you know, we're talking about Black and mental health, when we're talking about Black faith, in terms of, all I can do is talk about Christianity. People are learning through other formats now, where we relied solely on a guy on the pulpit teaching us every Sunday from a place that we pay our tithes to, we trust and whatsoever. Now people have got other sources through YouTube, opinions and different things, and people are getting resentful of certain things that are seen in the past and how we've been treated over certain subjects, because they're learning out more truth through the technology we have. So it's going to be interesting. The stats are great, but are the stats true? You know what I'm saying? Because how do we define Christian? If you phone me up, yeah, I'm a Christian.
Yeah.
But where you go? Where are you going?
Yeah.
I ain't going nothing. I know people that's literally said, I ain't going nowhere. I'm gonna be feeding through online, and that's it. You know what I mean? So sorry for raising another question right there. but 100% faith has helped me have hope. You know what I'm saying? You know, have a target, but and not in a sense of, oh, I'm gonna jump off the cliff and God will hold me up. Not from that mindset. Just that mindset to get up, meditate on the word, keep focusing on and eating correctly in terms of how I do my mind and my body. You know, which is biblical.
Yeah, because you'd said to us before, I think, or that question had come up, you know, what is mental health anyway? How do I determine? And I was breaking it down, going, mental health is having a healthy mindset. And as with anything, I think, you know, Roger's right. There's things that because it's never been painted as politically or socially Christian faith, or the Black British experience of Christianity. I have to, you know, we've got to define it because that's still different to Black African-based British experience to Black Caribbean. And so I think because of the background we're both coming from, in the sense, it was always being painted as you don't ask the questions. It was a very legalistic approach. And if you were fortunate, that's why I have to be careful. And I know, you know, Roger, I have to say that I know that not all Black Christian, I have to talk about that Black British Caribbean experience. And not all Black British Caribbean experience has been negative. And of course, as with any setup, there have been those where they have flourished. But yes, if you didn't choose individually to think outside of that perimeter that you were set in, it would have been, and this time would have been very difficult, because it contradicts in a way what we've heard over many years in terms of healing. Because when we talk about healing and we talk about the mind, we have either the way it was predicted in terms of the parables of Jesus. You had the demonic possessed man that, you know, Jesus went up to him and the demons in him and said, we're legions, we are many. Oh my gosh. So we had this rather kind of animated picture of, there was a whole heap of people in this one man, and the Lord just stretched out and healed him, and they all flew into the pigs, and the pigs flew over there. So it's a real bizarre picture, because you don't have that picture now. We don't. What's that look like for us in the 21st century? You know, the year 2020 going into 2021. What does that look like? So when you're, as Roger's saying rightly so, when you're at home now, you don't have to get up to this building again. All that was tradition. And every Sunday, you knew you put on your clothes and you went to church and, you know, and you'd hear something, and it wouldn't really always address what you may be even going through at that time, whether it's a broken marriage or it's a child you're concerned about, or their education, or family members, or even your workplace, and you've got this thing to in your head, do I go to the party, do I not go to the party? You know, all these things, that the way that Christianity was being presented to us was a very legalistic, you don't do. And then you're watching services on YouTube and you're seeing brothers and sisters in other parts of the world really worshipping, or dressed just in the jeans and t-shirt and looking rather casual and rather contemporary, and all of that is messing with your mental state, your mindset. Because then you read the word and you see that, and there's no correlation, and you've come from a structure that didn't allow you to ask the questions as to how comes that change? How does that work?
Do you think they get resentful? You know what I'm saying?
And that resentment
feeds, and then you got a lot of angry people that nobody can answer questions to. And
give them the answers,
and you know, and we have been shunned within our, you know, in terms of don't ask. As Nikki, you know, we grew up with don't ask, just do. And we've seen generation of young men and young women leave the church because they asked questions. Now the question is today, you know, I remember when I was a teenager and somebody asked, said that somebody's got bipolar. And they said that no, we don't believe in that because we're Christians. You know what I'm saying? Now that's that, you know, looking at that now, I'm like, wow, like, you know, dual personality, you know, how do we translate how do we translate this into faith? How do we get healthy from that, you know. And in the past, it's always been that mentality, as you mentioned, in terms of, you know, casting out, and we have this habit of casting out this, casting out that, and casting out this. When is it just as straightforward as that, you know? And this is where the grey areas come with mental health, is because the clash is this: what is mental health of a Christian in faith, in our, especially when I have to talk within our community? It's a very demony kind of thing, because I grew up as being open about it. Like, you know, I had epilepsy when I was younger. Now, I was fortunate I grew up in a certain type of church, but I didn't realize until I was older that other churches would see that as someone being demon possessed.
True.
You know what I'm saying? So when I'm having a seizure, you know what I'm saying, they'll be like, yo, we need to pray this out. You know what I'm saying? I use this demon out because of that. So I was fortunate that I never grew up in an environment that was like that. But then when I got older, I realized that people were growing up in that environment of, let me pray that demon out of you because you're having a seizure, because the Bible talks about, and
it was because they they took things so literally. And it's you know, again, even now, like, oh my head's hurting, you know, because you realise
the trauma.
Honestly, that's the word. It's the trauma.
The trauma, and so many of our peers, you know, and even, you know, now who would be in my brother's age group, you know, those who are in their 60s, 70s, do not want to know anything about this God. This God, if this God loved and cared, why? And unfortunately, through the adults that supposedly were meant to be parenting them, whether it be grandparents, parents, aunts, uncles, it was either beaten out of them, or it was we don't want to buy any food, we'll give the money to give church instead, or, you know, as you rightly said, those things. If you had a stutter, let's pray for healing. Things that God never, you know, the Bible was not written as this magic formula.
Thank you.
And when he says about healing, if we understand that we serve a God who's sovereign and is all-knowing, all-seeing, then we have to trust that there'll be times when it's not going to go the way that we want. And again, going back to the fact that we're in a very secular society now, because it's all about me. We're a very selfish society, and yet our faith says you need to be selfless, and you need to trust that when I say A, i.e. this is God, you know, I know what I mean when I say A. Now, what happened was a lot of our parents or grandparents or those who were caring for us said they did it in a very dictatorial, non-loving way. When I say to you A,
you
just do it. Just do it.
Don't ask questions.
Yeah, no, 100%, and I think that, you know, 100%, you know, agree with the whole element, and a lot of people are probably listening in who got. We have a generation of people that's hurt by church. There's a phrase that one thing came out in early lockdown, and I'm going to be because obviously this is a lockdown chat. Something came out, and a lot of people are saying, you know what, people starting coming out with church hurt, and church hurt because of basically people manipulating people, and people actually seeing the manipulation when they spend 2-3 weeks away from a toxic environment, and you detoxify. You know what I'm saying? You start to feel better, and the negative, and now people think, is this guy a Christian?
No, but you do. Isn't it? Definitely.
It's detoxic, and then people are now like going, hold a second, that was actually not healthy. And what we're seeing is that, and I always say to people, you can have a look at your minister. Is he empowering you, or is he making sure you don't get past him? Now, Christ came on earth to empower 12 men to do greater. He said, greater than I do. So if a guy who actually lived, and there's facts out there. So if you want to check out, if you're not a Christian, you're listening, it's there's a fact that this guy called Jesus lived on this earth, and he pushed 12 guys to do this thing. And he invested, and he said, you will do greater. But then when I'm seeing my leader who follows this great leader do the opposite, oh, you seem to be coming up, I'm going to chop you down. You can't be greater than me. I'm not going to teach you to learn for yourself. The only way you can learn is if I drip it down to you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and that's the sadness of what man can do. There's a Bob Marley line from what I quote a lot. Bob Marley, yes. Man to man is so unjust, and we forget that the pureness of our faith in Christ
It's beautiful.
Is exactly. It's a beautiful thing. You know, we believe that Jesus, that there's Jesus, Holy Spirit, the Lord, the Holy Spirit, and Jesus, His Son, His Holy Spirit, the Lord Himself. Those three in one. Now, of course, that's like a very complex picture to also paint and understand. So there's twofold. I can choose to look at that. I can either dissect it to such a degree that I then end up sending myself a little bit more doolally, and I'm like, I can't fathom them out, or I accept the simple truth that actually this God could be in three persons. The Holy Spirit that gives me a sense of direction, a sense of peace, that I believe that Jesus died on the cross, rose again, and is coming back. Now, that's the you could say the religiousness, if you want to put it in that box. But to journey through this life, there has to be something else that's come along with me, and for me, it's the Holy Spirit who gives me discernment, who gave me the skill set to say, go away, go to university, go and study. You will come across lots of people who don't have your belief, but I love them just as much. What we've had, unfortunately, from a Black British experience, for some of us, has been a very dictatorial mindset that we would lambast a cult or another,
Faith,
world
religion,
politician. There's been many, in certain African countries who are dictatorial, and they have battered their people with politics and law and legislation that's kept them pinned down. And we've done very similar, or certain of us have experienced pastors, female and male, who have taken the word of God, and as unfortunately that man-to-man unjust thing, this little section of it, I believe this is what God is saying, and taken that out of context to what else is going on in society, when really, why would you do that? That's because, going back to what you said there, Roger, I need to have some power. I need to feel good about myself, because my own mental well-being has to be replaced with, if I feel powerful and I can lord that power over others, then that will give me a strength and a well-being that makes me feel good. And Christ never came for that.
But the thing is, 100%. It's like, I said to somebody the other day, another Christian that was struggling in terms of through this period mentally and whatever. And I said to them, I've been fortunate because, I've been in situations where I'm not happy about the information being given, but I have other sources of information. And what we've been doing is so used to having one way of information that I always said to people, I said, sometimes we're so used to having fresh mango that sometimes when you're out of season, you need to have dried mango. You know what I'm saying? And it's not the way that we need to eat mentally. You know what I'm saying? But the reality for me is right now is the question is, in lockdown, Black Christians, or because obviously we were talking about Black BAME minorities, should be thriving, but actually, are they? They're asking questions, and which is good questions, and I think it's gonna be a brighter time afterwards. But it's not the questions that what the system that we left before lockdown is like in the questions. We are, a lot of young people are seeing our elders within the Black community and the white community don't even want to deal with the question of BLM, and that's a struggle for us because we see all these injustices and we're saying, but hold on a second, doesn't God care? And that's a mental struggle because you're looking at the mirror every single day, knowing that you're second best, but everyone is happy with it within my faith.
Or it would appear to be.
It appears to be. I'm not happy about it.
And I think, and this is what, again, goes back to how we can help support each other and encourage each other to listen to ministers or to teachers that are purporting the message that says this is not what this faith is based on. God made the human race, and that's not trivializing. Like, well, I believe the children, and let's shake hands. I'm not saying that, but he break it down and say, look, he gave us the human race. Because at one stage, I'll be honest, I did think, Lord, this isn't good, because at the rate I'm going, anyone who's Black or brown, just hold us all up, a bit like Hitler did back with the Jews, and just kill us all, gas us all, because we're dying of diabetes, we're dying with high blood pressure, we're now dying of COVID. We're the first ones that, I was just saying to to Roger earlier, you know, looking at some statistics, you know, professors. There's hardly anybody who's black who's a professor. There's hardly anybody who's a CEO in a company that's black. You know, you mentioning your brother. You know, they come over and everyone's like, there's only one, and it does feel as though, yes, you're right. What is the point? But Christ made us black, I believe, for a reason. And that reason was to celebrate the uniqueness that it gives us. Yeah. The dilemma is having people to celebrate that and all being reminded, so at least acknowledging, as you're rightly saying, the institutions are not going to change. Yeah. You know, I can have some hope, but they're not going to, you know, they're going to change. You know, and we've been on the earth long enough now. There's at least some life experience going on for Roger and me where we could say we've seen enough to say, okay, that's not going to change. But it doesn't distract me from having a faith in God where there is a hope that things can change. Because if I didn't have that, then I might as well do, like I said, kill me now. Because I might as well disappear. I'm black, I'm a woman. Well, that's it, all over.
And do you think that, you know, again, you know, our faith has all the tricks in the book in terms of taking care of ourselves physically and mentally, but we don't access them.
Thank you.
You know what I'm saying? And I feel that, you know, and it sounds harsh, you know, I got criticised a lot because I played football. It was like, said, oh, why do you need to spend time with the family? You need to do that. I play football on Saturday morning. I could have played it at a higher level and played 2 games on Saturday, do the usual, you know what I mean, whatever. But I just played 1 game and people had problems with it. They look at me now in my 40s and I still play football now and I see myself being decently fat. And I'm not saying I'm not going to die tomorrow, but, you know, in decent health. And my peers are struggling. And, you know, I says, well, the church told me to stop doing something that was physically and mentally good for my well-being. And we don't encourage practical things which are good for our mental and physical health. So I've run a Christian football team for over 20 odd years, and we in the Christian League, we're the most successful team ever, but we haven't received a penny from the black-led church. Why? Because I don't see the importance of playing football
and how that supports your, and again, like you said, just reiterating that supports the mental well-being. And I don't understand what it is. I think it's this. It's this fear or ignorance. Sometimes I don't even say ignorance because is it a fear? And of course, Christianity is very much about a spiritual journey. I mean, there may be other religions. Faiths, I still struggle with that because I always think the Christian faith is very different to Christian religion. There's many of us who are religious and say we are Christians, but the faith of it is about a spiritual connection with God Almighty. And when you want to make sure that is being fed, you need to feed it with the right kind of things. And part of that journey, as we've been told, our body is a temple. You know, the way it was presented to us when I was growing up was just don't have sex. Don't have sex before you get married because it's a temple. They forgot to add that actually it's a temple when it comes to what you eat and what you watch and what you're listening to. All of those things feed what goes on. And if your spirit, as I would say, if your spirit is not fed correctly, that's what ends up manifesting itself in conditions or mindsets or thinking. I mean, unfortunately for us here in Birmingham, during this period of lockdown, we've had an horrific killing of a young boy, and then and you're like, how do teenagers how does a teenager kill another teenager? And they're only 14, 15, 16. Where does that come from? It tells me then that what's being fed to them spiritually wasn't great. And that could be from anything from the physical side of things of you don't play football. You play football, that is it. The mark of the devil is on you. Can't be running around. And then you see them. And then you played on a Sunday. Oh my gosh, you played on a you know, and all of that heaped on you. Then we've got a lot of our community watching things that just support a message of negativity about being black. As you were saying before, I think, Roger, you know, if you're spending time allowing your children or even yourself, this is beyond, in fact, I think this is across all ages. If you spend time watching violent videos, where does that message go to? It's spiritual. It taps into your spirit, which means you have to act that out in some shape or form.
Yeah.
You know, in my former life, I'll let Roger come in, but my former life as a teacher within pupil referral units, that's what I saw. I saw the fact that if you fed them with negative conversations, words, and that's why we want to read the word, because we're told power in the word. But they would be fed negative words. They'd watch negative imagery. They'd watch things that were so counteracting to what they should be doing that they had to act it out in some way. And what do? Act it out with an aggression, and then that became violent, and then they ended up, unfortunately, committing what we've seen here in our city a few weeks back.
Yeah.
I think we got a massive task on our hands. I think that we've got when it comes to faith and mental health.
Yeah.
It's we got as a Christian, it's almost a case of I'm struggling myself. I know ways of communicating to people out there, but there's not many official. When I say official organizations, I'm talking about the church. Officially, is not talking the right language.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
I mean, the church. I mean, a lot of people have the idea that when you have a mental health issue, it's a flaw in your character or in your faith. And that's something, I mean, coming from an African background, I'm Ghanaian, that is something that is, we have prayer camps to pray the demons out of people, you know, and how do I, like, you constantly have clients coming to me and saying that, how do I connect my faith with my mental health? Because if the joy of the Lord is my strength, why am I depressed? If I have not been given a spirit of fear, why am I anxious, you know? And there's just no congruence between what they are reading or what they have been taught or what they have heard from the pulpits and what they are feeling. And every time I remind them that, do you remember that there's a whole book in the Bible, the Psalms, and there was one man that I'm sure David's wife thought he, like, you nag. David was constantly complaining, and David was constantly crying out to God, and David wrote these things down. And I don't think that just there for us to see that David was a man that liked to talk, but it's just for us to realize that, listen, what you're going through, somebody else went through it, and God still called him a man after his own heart. So you are not doing anything wrong for being in that place.
But your standpoint has to be then about the practical. They need to see somebody them do that. Unfortunately, the way it was always presented, you know, you've used David, of course, you know, he did some tremendous things wrong, but he loved the Lord tremendously. But if I'm going through something, I need to talk to Roger. Now, rather trivial, but Roger and I, obviously, we both love the game football. And I've always loved it. I used to play football. I'm not a great scholar on it, but I know enough to be able to talk about it. So if I come in, which can happen, and I come in, I go, Roger, so what happened? What happened to Liverpool then? Yeah, you know, we can talk about the teams that we love. Yeah. Come on, you Gunners, we are still the creme de la creme. Anyway, sorry, but you know, we can still do. But automatically Roger will come and go, yeah, I know, I don't know what's going on there, but you know, it's because look at Sane. You know, we've got something that we can talk about. I believe that when it comes to our mental health and faith, it's you choosing to have the courage to say to a Nikki, a Roger, whoever you have in your circle, I don't understand why I'm feeling like this. That you can then go to somebody and go, look, let's just read through what David's talking about here. And I've been in that place. We need to be more transparent with what we go through. We came up in a time of church, black majority church, black led church, where people didn't share their stories. You found out 10, 15 years later that sister so-and-so had family in the Caribbean, and they've had children before, or they had somebody who died, and it really impacted their mental well-being. Transparency for me is key. Our faith is about sharing it, talking about it, and not demonizing anybody if they're saying, I don't want to pray today, actually. Yeah.
Wow, you can't say that too loud, you know.
I don't want to pray, actually.
No, because there are those days. There really are those days when you just wake up and you just want to see, your Bible. You don't want to see your Bible. None of it makes sense to you. And we need to change the narrative and remind people that those days are going to come, and it's okay. You're not any less of a Christian for having those days.
You know, what's kind of like for me really came across, and I just really suddenly when I had conversations with Christians about, you know, concerning BLM and certain things. One thing, you know, when I'm talking to people, the one thing that scares me is no one's listening. No one doesn't listen. As you start the conversation, they will tell you their experience. They will tell you, and I think that we are very, very poor listeners. We, you know, in a faith in our circle, and we just need to shut up and listen.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? You know, and that's what we need to do. You know, when somebody comes up to me and says, "Roger, I got this issue with faith and mental health," you know, okay, tell me. Oh, by the way, this is why. And we're so used to being doing that. And I sat down there and I've seen it all before. And I'm probably sound like I'm always going to this BLM thing, but it really exposed the heart of people because, you know, when you go, yo, this is tough, and they say, oh, Roger, by the way, yeah, I've experienced that. There's a bit of this, a bit of that, you know, whatever. And this is white and black. It's oh yeah, it's okay. And I'm sitting there going, I haven't completed my sentence. So you are saying it's okay for my sons to be less likely than your sons to get a job, but it's cool because when we come in this building, we all equal.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying. You know what I mean. So you know, isn't the Bible about injustice, about helping people? That so it's like no one wants to hear that narrative, but they want to focus on what suits them. You know what I mean? And I think that, you know, Nick is 100% right that we should be able to be in the comfortable thing of conversations. But what I'll be encouraging the Christians to do is sometimes just listen. Yeah, because you know what? We're too afraid of the truth.
Yeah,
you know what I mean, and a lot of people are going through stuff whether they're Christian or not, and they lean on people. You know, let's be real. We've been as being the only person in the room as being a Christian, and they always come to you and tell you your business. And you're like, okay, what are you coming to me for? They almost treat us like the clergy of the whole workplace because they expect us to have that moral stick.
Yeah.
And in a way, I think we should do. I think it goes back to a couple of things. Our faith talks about we know that there is good and evil, right? We're in a secular society that doesn't want to address that there could be evil, and we don't really, we want to say everything's love, but there is a force out there called the enemy. It's evil. His role in life is to disrupt in any shape or form that looks. Yeah. From going to Mackie D's or any other fast food outlet is available. Going, and that you wanted a cheeseburger and you got there and they said sorry and what do you mean? You're getting upset over it. You're like, really? I've got upset over a triviality that I don't have my favorite burger, through to a marriage breakdown, or of course, as so many of us have experienced in this last year, the death of a loved one in a way that we were not expecting. The fact that we are a community group that worships, that comes together, that makes sure that we lament. Yeah. It's been a struggle. Yeah. And this, as you're rightly saying, and this approach of let's just pray. How do you fill the gap when they've missed their loved one, when they can't get to that hospital, when we would have easily 100, 200 people and they're telling you, sorry, you can only have 30.
Yeah.
And we come from a community that's about expressing our grief. That again is going to buy into the fact that our mental well-being is a struggle. Yeah. So it is, Roger's right. How we listen, because you can be listening, but how you listen is going to be key. And how we give people the space to cry at that when they need to. Because you rightly said, Peter lamented, David lamented. Look at Peter. Peter was like, I don't know Jesus. Big 3 times cursing him out. He didn't just say, well, I'm sorry, I don't know that Jesus. He went big time, like we would know certain words that you were like, really? And we were in a setting that said, you don't cuss, you don't do. And Christ actually shows in the word, it did say that people did do that. So it's fundamental that we remember that we are human, but if we're coming from a faith standpoint, he's given us enough strength that we can then say, joy does come. But be prepared that you are going to cry.
Yeah.
You are going to lament. You are going to come to a hurdle. You think, I can't jump this hurdle today. I'm tired of jumping the hurdle. Like Roger said, I'm tired. When I was in the workplace, really, I'm still going to be the only black woman again. After a while, you're just thinking, this is not easy. It is. It was a struggle, and part of the journey to say, look, you know what, I'm going to go self-employed was because I needed to own me differently. And I'm not to say that that's for everybody. And I think we've also got to be, and that's another conversation about, don't just push everybody who's black or brown. Go and work for yourself. Go and work for yourself, because we do need people to be in organisations to help to change some of that narrative. But be prepared that you're going to hit walls that you don't want to, that aren't pleasant. And the way that you come for, pick yourself back up from it is to have people that will listen in a way that they really know they've been heard.
Yeah. And I mean, if pretty much we've discussed a lot of what, I mean, everything.
Have we?
We just like gone in
we covered it.
Honestly, and I mean, those are the kind of natural conversations we should be having, And I just want us to touch a bit more on church trauma and the stigma with mental health within the church and what that has looked like before we actually go into what we've already actually talked about, what the church can do better to support. And if we think that it's enough, it's high time we stop doing the give it to God thing and give it to God and still talk to your therapist. That's what I call it. And I saw a quote somewhere that said, you can give it to God and still talk to your therapist. And I found that interesting. But first, let's talk a bit about mental health stigma and trauma, church trauma, that, I mean, translates to mental illnesses or mental health stigma within the church.
Okay, well, I'm going to do it because I know we're running out of time, so I'm going to try and do this, the stigma. I think the stigma is that basically mental health is demonized. It's straight up demonized. You say mental health, it's straight up like, like I said earlier about bipolar, about, schizophrenia, depression. And the thing is, what it is that we don't deal with the symptoms, with early symptoms, the anxiety and the depression. We allow things to go so far, you know what I'm saying? And what we need to be doing is doing positive things for our mental health. Okay. You know what I mean? Going for jogs. Jogs. What's the jogs? Yeah, just there's some drugs that help you. No, I did not say that. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, there was paracetamol is amazing. It takes the pain away. Sorry, because I have a lot of coffee, so that's probably I need some more. But no, going for jogs, going for forcing yourself to go to walks. You know what I mean? Some of us, if you need to get a dog and then walk the dog. You know what I mean? These little things that make a big difference. I think we just need to encourage, and I think churches think it's disempowering to encourage healthier people. I don't know what it is. They feel like their only health has to be through me. You know what I mean? You can do other stuff outside of that, and just encourage people, go to the gym, go once a week, do this. Stop waiting until you're almost half dead and you have to pray everything out physically and for the mental source. So there's such a stigma over it. It's unreal. We just want to encourage people to just take care of. There's practical ways of looking after your mental health early and your physical health as well, because they're both tied in together. Because people get depressed when a sick. My wife does something about with a kidney care, and I'm hearing like some of the a kidney warrior. And some of the conversations he's having, that when people get the diseases and the diabetes, and they go into depression. You know what I mean? Because they're not getting healed, so they just keep getting depressed. So all that is mental health. So we have to tie them both together and recognize that we have to be practical with dealing with these things, not just let's pray it out at the end.
I don't have to add that again. We are in a faith. We have a faith that is a win-win. And that seems really strange to say, but we do have a faith that's a win-win. And healing is not just in a physical, all right, then I hurt my finger, suddenly my finger's healed. There's a healing that may even come through death. And I'm saying that, of course, with caution, because I know that there are many who are listening who must say, what do you mean, Nikki? But if you have been in pain, or you've been diagnosed with a terminal illness or a chronic illness, for some of that particular individual's journey, then the peace comes in knowing that they're going to be with their maker, and that will free their mental state and their mental, and it takes away that anxiety, that pressure that comes in to being told, but I've got to be well, I've got to be well, I've got to be well. Wealth to do what? Yeah. If you fulfill the purpose that God has given you and you have a sense of that, then actually you can be at peace. Because peace is a wonderful antidote, isn't it? Or to our minds. And that's what you said. the stigma is because we've been told we're in a society that's racing.
Yeah.
We've got to get to work quickly. We've got to get to thing. You know, even when, as much as they were great, drive through to get your food. Don't even wait for it. You know, don't even park up the car. Go into the restaurant. Sit down. No. We need it drive through. We want coffee drive through. We want burger drive through. And all of those things are adding to that take away what God gave us, which was a peace that passes understanding. And to stop telling yourself you need to know everything. We don't need to know it all. We need to just be in Christ, if that's what your faith standpoint is, and be at peace with what he's given you for today. Stop striving and pushing yourself for something that you don't probably need today. Which, remember, there's so many things. He said, give us this day our daily bread. Now that daily bread could stand for our amount of hours to work. You know, if you do 2 hours work, do the 2 hours good. But don't tell yourself that I should stay at work till 3 and 4 hours because they're going to look at me favourably if I stay. All of those are taking away the peace. When he told you your daily bread was, I was giving you a purpose to fulfil for 3 hours, or it might be for 10 hours. But whatever it is, don't over stress and over strive because the peace is what we're all after.
Yeah.
And that's where so many people struggle. So the stigma is about, we don't talk about depression because we haven't mentioned actually what you actually need is peace.
Yeah.
So you do need to just rest in green pastures that David is told to do. You need to stop and sleep. You know, something as simple as that. You need to stop and sleep. You do need to take yourself away from the screen for 10 minutes. Now, please remember that he's given you the ability to do it. Don't pass the buck. We are in a society and in a time, and in particular our community at time. Let me see if somebody else, nobody wants to take responsibility.
Yeah.
Let me see if Roger does it first. If Roger does it first, then I might do it.
Yeah.
And you, well, I'm going to wait until the pastor tells me if it's all right for me to go. God has given you enough sense and wisdom to say, if you feel unwell, go to the doctor.
Yeah.
If you're struggling, ask for help. This attitude or this horrible pseudo Britishness that I know, stiff upper lip, let's just wait and see. We've all, and you know, hang on a second, but you need, like, I've got for me personally at the minute, I've got a dodgy knee. My right knee has been playing up. Now I've had 2 operations on it. I love to go for walks. And then suddenly I'm feeling, no, let me just keep praying over my knee and the Lord will heal it. And the practical thing is, I had to get up and say, you know what, Lord, I know part of the healing journey is go to the doctor, find out what's going on, get an MRI scan, and let's work with that. That is also part of the healing. This miraculous healing doesn't come for everybody. And the key thing we want is peace of mind that passes all understanding. Here endeth the word.
100%, I believe in that, man. But yeah, did we answer that? Okay.
Pretty much. I mean, that was it.
Because
you can give it to God and still talk to your therapist, you know, because I mean,
that's a good phrase.
I love that.
I love, and the thing is, you know, what you know, I know we're already gone over time, but what I do love, with that phrase, it's saying that it's not a sin, and I think it's not a weakness to seek help on earth, and we've been made to feel like a lack of faith because we get things done on an earthly manner, if you know what I mean. But and especially we got over the doctor thing, but now we need to get over the counselor thing. Something that I know we watch a lot of sitcoms from America. Have you noticed they always have family counselors? They have a culture of counselors. We don't have a counselor. That is seen as weakness. If you go as a family to see like, do you know how many marriages could be saved right now? How many family breakups happen just because we refuse, whether it's through the pastoral team that you have or through a secular person. Let's book a session with the counselor. Let's go down there. It's a massive thing in America. But over here, we don't do that. You know what I mean? So like for me, it's that culture that needs to be changed. You know what I mean? I'm not saying we don't take it to God. I'm just saying that, we need to be also mindfulness things here on earth to help us.
But because he gave, he wouldn't. Why give man the skill and the ability to know how to, from science and therapy, and why he wouldn't have? I don't understand that this God is not that selfish that I want it all for me, keep it to me, don't give it to the people I've created. He's given us that skill set, and you're right. It's a similar thing for women's health. America or other countries, it's a done deal. Everybody has a gynecologist. Here in England, don't touch down there. We don't do it. We don't go there. You know what I mean? So that's a similar. It's a men. We don't go to. We don't. I'm not going to the doctor to talk about. We don't. We're not. And hence why we have that. You said that propensity where it's grown and grown, a little bit like. Liquid, when you throw a river, you throw a pebble in, that ripple effect has just widened and it's all because we didn't just say, actually, let me go to a man who's been given the skill set by God in the first place to help me out.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, man.
Honestly, and I mean, these are the safe spaces we need to be creating more of these conversations where people are just going to be saying that, listen,
100%.
we are struggling, but you don't have a demon that needs to be cast out. Someone is there to listen.
And I think that now more than ever, and this is going to be the last thing I say, man, you know what I mean? Now more than ever, I think people need to now realize where we are at as Christians right now. We're not saying what we were saying 20, 30 years ago. And I'm getting sick or tired of people seeing me through the goggles of their hurt. Yeah. And I fully get the whole physical and mental health. And as myself and as Nikki, we all, as you can hear this is why these conversations are important, because people have a negative perception based upon their bad experiences of themselves or through their parents. And there's a lot of that out there within our community. So we want to break that. And this is why it's good to have these conversations.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Nikki and Roger. My question paper was useless because
I told you.
This conversation was, I mean, it's amazing, and we need to. I think we should have another one of these discussions.
I'm happy
sometime
to do.
soon.
I think there's things that we could probably say that we know others wouldn't have the gumption. I was about to say the balls. They wouldn't have the balls to say it because like you said, because exactly. Oh no, that's it. Strike them from put them on the buck, on the buck. But no, that because that's what I'm saying. So the thing around women's health, men's health, especially Black British, and I have to be careful because I know there are other community groups, but we're going to be specific. Yeah. That to me. I have to go with the spiritual thing, is such a horrible seed that the enemy sowed that we just watered. And forget, he's sitting there with his arms folded going, you believe it, no, go on, and we've watered it. I'm not going there because I don't have no man touch me things. No one's going to touch me things. The men are walking around, you know what I mean? They're like walking around, they've got prostate going on, or they're testicular cancer, or, or they are struggling if they are married, or in a, if they're not, but if they're in a sexual relationship and it's not happening, it's like, would God want to know about that? Of course he wants to know about that, The same for females. We don't celebrate that God's given us. He gave us in a particular order, and that's where people then get it. For me, we've gone wrong. We try to make out that no, it doesn't matter. He set it up in that particular principle way because he knew what he was doing. Do you know what I mean?
True.
However, he said, when you're in it, don't then just sit down and go, well, I'm married now and I better not talk about that, because that's the whole point. Yeah. And that's why we do need those alongside the anxiety. And that it's about, if we could have nipped some of this in the bud. You were so right, Roger. If we could have nipped it in the bud.
Yeah.
If we could have turned around and explained, why are you taking the £10 to give to Tithes and we ain't got no food in the cupboard?
Yeah.
All right. Well, on that note,
sign out. Thank you guys. Thank you, Raja, and thank you, Nikki, so much. It's been an amazing conversation, and I'm hoping we have more of these. We're transforming the narratives, So thanks for joining us. And as always, this is my Lockdown podcast. And my name is Angela, and I am your hostess. Thank you.
Yeah, people, we are back. We're back after a Faith and Zimmer. Before you see me get emotional on that one, anyway. So yeah, I'm sorry, Pastor. Might get this fellowship, but anyway. So what? Let's get what's up to trouble anyway. So yeah, I think it was a bit pure dramas. Faith. We're gonna be with some other stuff, man. And we all. I don't know. How you feeling about this Prime Minister thing, Mark?
Wow.
Is that so? I was a shock. I didn't ask him about this one before.
Yeah. Drama's going on. We should make a movie out of it. I'm telling you,
bro.
It just goes to show.
But shouldn't we be happy because of people of color? We don't in Birmingham. We will grow up to be red. There was no option, so we're like this. We should be celebrating.
We should celebrate.
But unfortunately, we can't be. Well, we're all mixing now, but you can't admit that you're conservative when you're coming from my background. It's like you had no choice. Go to my nan. You Labour? Like,
listen,
red?
I know we gotta have knowledge of the politics. I try to stay away from it too
okay,
much,
cool.
But it does affect our country a lot, and it just shows what our country's gone through. It's gone through its different aspects in the political way, who's running and etc.
Yeah.
Well, that's what we're being brought into. But there's good things about what we do here in the politics, but that's I'm not built for that yet.
Yeah, okay. Well, this is my city. We need to expand on politics because I believe as well. I think it's important because there's a lot of people that don't know how to vote, why to vote. People died for the vote. You know what I'm saying, bro? Literally for women, for black people, for or for all people to have votes. People don't realize how much sacrifices people did to have a vote. But we get to a stage now where we don't appreciate the fact that we have a vote. You know what I'm saying? And the impact of the votes. And I think that's something that this is my city. We'll sweat you on and get some politicians explaining the power of the vote.
And especially if you're from a Christian background or a faith background, going into politics as well. It's double troubles, but we've got to support them because our country is based on faith. Faith-based. So the people that are pinnacle in them areas, there's a lot that they do and a lot they have to face, and we just gotta support them as much as possible because they're gonna make waves. They're gonna make waves from us, and it's okay. Me just saying, let's cut. I'm just gonna stay behind and everything and just gossip about it, but you got people out there that are fighting for us.
100%. 1000%, man. So guys, you know what? I couldn't tell you who's gonna be the next prime minister, but all I'll say is what Boris Johnson got caught at. It showed you that hypocrisy, lack of integrity when it comes out. People can't stand it, bro. You know what I mean? Can't stand it. So, the lying after lying after lying after lying, it's just got to a stage where people just said, you know what, still, no matter even if we're not perfect human beings and we don't expect perfection, it shows you that integrity is a massive part to play in how people want to trust you.
Yeah, definitely. And if you're going to say that, okay, I'm not perfect from the beginning, but then after that, you're still making mistakes.
Yeah.
And this, them big mistakes for the whole country, then people's gonna lose trust.
Yeah, 100%. You know what I mean? And that's what I call man to fix up, man. Big time, and say, listen, I had to make some big changes. Let's see what conservatives can do and see who takes over next. Because I bet you. Anyway, I don't know who. I need to do a bit more study of that, but I don't really care about conservatives, so I ain't gonna lie still. But apparently they do good jobs around the place anyway. But we're not out here doing that anyway, man. But listen, we have got coming up from conservatives to Africa, African perspective of health with Angela, and it's good for Caribbean people. I think growing up, man. Let's be real, bro. We didn't really class ourselves as African, did we?
No, until we got educated.
We're not African, you know what I'm saying? Growing up, like as teenagers, we're West Indian, man. Like, you know what I'm saying? But I think as we get educated and older, we kind of appreciated that. Hold on a second, we kind of are African that just got relocated against our will.
And definitely, and Andrew talks about the health perspective from it, which has opened my eyes, and it'll be good later on, but we'll probably do a call to action. We're good to hear other nationalities as well on their health aspects and their food as well. because collectively they'll have some bonus points that we can use. There's some downsides that we can learn from.
100%.
A multicultural city like this, why not embrace it?
100%. So let's check out Africa. And Africa is a big continent, so a lot of countries it's slightly way bigger than Europe. So there's a lot of cultures and countries over there. So obviously we're not here to cover everything on this now, but you know what, still, and let's see how it comes across. And then we got a special after that, and we'll introduce that, and that's the Queens. And you spoke about the Queens launch. Big up to the crew there, Pentecost, man, with what he's doing with that, and he's inspiring heritage stuff ourselves. You'll see from ourselves, we'll be looking at doing heritage stuff from a musical Caribbean culture as well. That's gonna be coming out by the end of the year as well. So there's gonna be a number of stuff. You know, I think that we have a generation that now wants to really capture what's made us. You know what I'm saying? What really celebrate. Because we see the youngers don't understand the level of resilience that we showed in the past, you know what I mean?
Definitely, and there's gems there as well that
100%.
Our generation can adapt and use. Because even just the thought of migrating to another country and then like setting up businesses and doing well, just the emotional, the physical, the everything, just to move over here. Coming into from a nice house back home to like sharing a room of 8 people and etc. But to where they are now, at least we can put the picture for our next generation to say these are the sacrifices that our forefathers did. Now, what sacrifices did you do for your next children? And we can start celebrating that later.
It's what I'm saying, because people don't want to lay nothing down for the next generation, but we are living off foundation, you know what I mean, of people leaving foundation, caring and doing the most for the next generation.
Yeah, definitely.
100%. Let's get into this Angela video, then we're going to flip in hopefully straight into, or we might just have a little bit of a say for Queens, but we are coming down nicely in terms of time wise anyway still. So watch your space. We may go over slightly past the 4 o'clock mark depending on how the videos go, but we definitely want to celebrate the Queens in today's thing still anyway. Yeah. All right, guys. So bear with us, and we're gonna get into this.
Hi everyone, and welcome to our next session. I'm Atia Kamal. I'm a health psychologist and senior lecturer at Birmingham City University. And our next session is going to explore the topic of what Black health means to us, an African perspective. And it's my great pleasure to introduce Angela Kumar and Dr. Basiru Guy. So a little bit about each of them. Angela is currently conducting her PhD at Birmingham City University. Her research aims to improve culturally sensitive mental health promotion among Black African and Afro-Caribbean communities in Birmingham. Using a model called Appreciative Inquiry, Angela will explore the subject of resilience within the Black community in relation to culture and mental health to encourage service user input in mental health service design and delivery. Of course, the session we had just before this one highlights why that is so important. Angela also has a Master of Science in Abnormal and Clinical Psychology from Swansea University and has also worked in a dementia care home, palliative care ward in the UK, and worked as a community mental health support worker and juvenile rehabilitation officer in her home country in Ghana. In her current role, she supports various projects run by the United Community Activity Network. This is a Birmingham-based charity within her capacity as a mental health professional. She provides advice, online resources, delivers digital mental health and wellbeing related programs, and collaborates with various voluntary sector organisations in Black, African and Caribbean communities in Birmingham. Dr. Basiru Guy was the spark for the event itself. So Basiru reached out to the team in the States and initiated, created the spark that has resulted in today's event with, of course, lots and lots of work from many partners to make it happen. But Basiru graduated from the Faculty of Medicine at the International University of Africa. He has more than a decade of experience of managing patients with complex medical conditions and has worked as a doctor at the Sudan Federal Ministry of Health, after which he returned to the Gambia, where he led a medical ward in the country's only teaching hospital and supported day-to-day clinical management of people living with HIV and AIDS, but also supported junior doctors in their personal and professional development. He later joined AfricMed Clinical Services, where he went from being a medical officer to principal medical officer, and later went on to become the clinic's deputy chief executive officer. He's very passionate about health inequalities, and he has also attained a Master's of Science in Public Health from Birmingham City University, and is currently doing a PhD in the area of health promotion for Black people. So welcome, Angela and Basiru. So
thank you,
I'm going to ask, thank you. I'm going to ask you a series of questions, and it'll be lovely to get each of your thoughts on it. So the first is, what does Black health matter to you?
Okay. So I'll go first. In answering the question, I asked a couple of my friends what Black health meant to them, and I'm going to paraphrase their answers, but two of them talked about it being about total well-being or total wholeness of mind, of body, and of soul. And I believe so because our faith and our religion is very important in regards to our health as Africans. They also talked about a Black person in their state of and time, having to deal with all the marginalization that we've had to deal with, being able to bounce back from that, but how that also has a negative impact on our health. So it's both sides of the coin, the fact that health means holistic well-being, psychologically, physically, mentally, emotionally, socially, but also the other side of the coin that talks about health being a necessity just to be able to survive. So yeah, that's my opinion of what Black health means to me.
Yeah, for me, I think as a physician, when I hear the word health, the first thing that comes to mind is physical health. But then to start this topic, I would refer to the WHO definition of health, which is quite famous within the medical fraternity. And it states, WHO states that health is a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. And why am I bringing in this definition to this question is that I want to focus more on the social well-being of health itself, because I think that is one part that is often very much forgotten about, and especially in the Black community, you can't really focus on the physical well-being of Black people and forget about the other aspect, because for the Black people, the meaning of health tend to be a bit different, and it's simply a way that it's a way of moving on. I mean, for most Black people, because of the conditions they found themselves in, being healthy simply means being able to move on and carry on the daily necessities of life. And I think that's where my clinical experience actually lay more on in terms of health than rather the complete definition of health.
Okay, so for both of you, it is more than just a biological disease process, but those broader influences are varied and incorporate those cultural elements that are important. My second question is, what are the challenges affecting people from Black communities in terms of their health, and how are these challenges affecting access to healthcare?
I'll let Dr. Guy go first on this one.
Well, yeah, if you do, then I would actually make it very brief. And in that, I would say, if we talk about the challenges of affecting Black people's health, I would rather refer to the social aspects, which is something I would call the social determinants of health, which are the non-medical factors that influence health outcome. And these conditions are the ones in which people are born, the ones in which people grow, people live, age, and in fact, the wider sets of forces and systems that shape the condition of daily life. And this is important because basically, as people try to be healthy, there are things that they could basically change that is at their reach to stay healthy, but there are those which actually is within their environment that they do not have the ability to take control over. And I think those are the ones that actually are quite important when we as health professionals come in to bring in solution to some of the health challenges that actually affect Black people or the community at large. And in that, I would refer specifically to deprivation. Being an African and having worked in Africa, deprivation is really a very common word. It's actually part of the daily life, experience. Deprivation in terms of hospital access, general health access. But then this deprivation is not, coming to the UK, I found that deprivation is not just confined, in terms of health, it's not just confined to Africa. And there is basically evidence that there is growing health inequality in the United Kingdom, for example, going by the evidence from the Marmot report. And we all know that deprivation affects your life expectancy. The higher your deprivation index is, the higher your life expectancy is, the lower your actually life expectancy is, and vice versa. And this basically points to some of the reasons why we find Black people being disproportionately affected more by certain medical conditions as compared to the white community, for example. And this, I would say that there is evidence, of course, showing that Black people and other ethnic minorities in the UK are more likely to live in deprived communities, which of course would make them more prone to shorter life expectancy as compared to the white community. So the challenges are really multiple, and in a general nutshell, this is basically going back to the social determinants of health.
Okay. I'll basically relate what I'm going to say to what Dr. Guy has already spoken about, but in regards to Maslow's theory of needs, and as Black people, as African people, Afro-Caribbean, and wherever you're Black, the mentality is that you get up, you fall down, you get up, and you keep moving, okay? So we don't stop. We don't know how to cater to our psychological needs. On Maslow's theory of needs, he talks about being able to deal with our physiological needs, our safety needs, belongingness, and love needs. But as Dr. Guy has already spoken about the socioeconomic context, there's this narrative that deal with what you have to eat, people are more concerned about finding what to eat, finding, food for their family, finding warmth, just getting up and going to work and making money and being able to cater for basic life needs. And then we don't have the opportunity to deal with other problems, such as mental health problems, for instance, because they are not put on the same level of, if I'm not able to get out of bed because I have a mental health issue, I will not be able to work. And it's sort of like they're put in the background. So that ties a lot to the fact that because of socioeconomic factors, we are unable, or it's not a priority to cater to these other needs, to these other healthcare needs. Also, in regards to that, I talk about access being an issue because of resilience narratives. And I talk about this from a mental health perspective because we are constantly being told that you're a strong Black person. In one of the previous seminars, Dr. Jenny Douglas was saying that we know of the narrative that Black don't crack, but Black do crack. And we need to acknowledge that we do crack. We don't talk about those things enough. So simply not acknowledging that there can be a problem with that, there can be a problem with our mental health and our physical well-being does not guarantee that we will go and seek help when we have to find it. We have to wait till, my father will say, your ear is falling off before we actually seek medical help. And that's also, ties right back to the socioeconomic factors. So as Dr. Guy has said, it's a multi-tiered issue. I want to go into a lot of detail about how the system in Africa has usually failed us. Dr. Guy is a medical professional and he knows that the facilities are basically not available in the first place. And if you have to access them, you need to have money to be able to access them. But I feel also that people are unaware of the services that are available, for instance, and not being aware of the services affects access. Take, for instance, when I was working in Ghana, a lot of people did not know where to access help for addiction. If they had an alcohol addiction, if they had a drug addiction, they did not know where to find that kind of help. how to get into rehab. Even if they had to get into rehab, it was really expensive. But basically, people did not know. There's not as much information going out. And there are a lot of organizations in Ghana outside of governmental institutions that are providing help and support, but people are just unaware of them. And that really, really hampers access to healthcare services, whether mental health or physical healthcare. So yeah, I think those would be my points. Yeah.
So you've both mentioned multiple complex factors that are interacting. So what then could be done to improve access to healthcare and healthcare services?
Okay, I will start, because I'm talking from a mental health perspective. I'll start by talking about destigmatization and being aware that having a mental health issue does not mean that you're mad or that you're crazy. I think that's the popular narrative that you're either really well or you're really sick. And we don't know how to find a balance between both of them, that you can be both things at the same time. There are some days when you can be up and there are some days when you can be down. And we need to be able to acknowledge that. Being aware of that, we need to know that having a mental health issue or having a physical health issue, whether it's diabetes or cancer, or if you're noticing changes in your body, it's not a time to start to think about the stigmatization, or it's not time to start talking about the discriminatory aspects of whatever illness you are dealing with, because that is the problem. There's just so much discrimination, and unfortunately some of it comes of over-reliance on faith or religion. And I'm religious, or I have faith, and I believe that it's important to seek help. But my favorite quote is, you can give it to God, but still talk to your therapist or still talk to your doctor. It's really, really important to be able to bring that balance into conversations about health and well-being, and allow people to know that the fact that you are talking to a doctor about a sensation that you are having in your back or in your breast, or you are simply not feeling well, it's not something to be ashamed of. You can still have a conversation about it. It's really important. Also, because I've already talked about faith and religion, faith groups need to step up a lot, because Basiri was saying before that you can't take religion off an African man's chest, okay? It's part and parcel of us, and we need to be able to identify these things when we're talking about cultural sensitivity. Because if you take faith out of access to healthcare, you leave the Black man in limbo. What am I supposed to do if my faith is not there? And I don't trust the system very much, so I don't want to access the help. Somebody went to the hospital and died, so I'd rather stay home and pray and I'll be fine. But we need to be able to find a balance, and that will require that faith organizations, whether it's mosques or churches or gurdwaras, whatever it is, whatever belief system you have, faith institutions must be able to contribute a lot to healthcare and have healthcare conversations. Because if you hear your pastor or your imam talking about the fact that he went to a hospital because this was happening to him, you'll be more likely to understand that, oh, okay, this religious leader actually also accesses healthcare services. So there's no problem with me accessing these services as well. Those are very important factors. I'll hand over to Dr. Guy now.
Well, yeah, that's very elaborated, and thank you for that. But I would, picking up from two important points that you raised before actually moving on. You mentioned faith and stigmatization, and I would just give an example of how important faith is when it comes to improving healthcare and healthcare access for Black people. As I said earlier on during our informal discussion, you can't really take out faith from the Black person. It's part of actually what keeps Black people generally going. And even when there is no hope, there's always faith. And some of the interventions that we do actually introduce to improve Black people's health, sometimes we tend not to actually incorporate faith or the beliefs of actually these Black people, and then rather instead it ends into low uptake or even the failure of the entire intervention. And in this, I would just give an example of a study finding that actually revealed that when it comes to smoking, for example, we do know that the evidence suggesting that smoking is very strongly linked to cancers, especially lung cancer. And when it comes to some of the Black people, a community among the Black people, smoking, fine, but marijuana, for example, or cannabis, smoking cannabis is basically ritual, for example, for some of the Black community members. And coming, and even though we all know that, I mean, so most of the cannabis nowadays is mixed with tobacco, which makes it even more harmful. So to me, I think it's not just about telling people, for example, stop smoking, smoking is harmful to you, but rather understand why people smoke and then involve them in basically devising a mechanism that would stop them from smoking, rather than actually playing that paternal role in actually implementing the intervention. And the stigmatization, sometimes we do stigmatize unknowingly, and this is now what is more common. I will give an example of last year when the pandemic was at its peak and people really didn't know what was happening. There was no vaccine. I mean, there were prospects that, okay, we would develop a vaccine. And that was a very crucial moment to gain trust. If at all vaccine comes, what next? And how do we make sure that everyone comes on board and take the jab? Here we were back in April 2020, when two of our colleagues in the medical fraternity had a television show that actually, some two French doctors talked about vaccine trials in Africa. We all do know that there are lots of trials going on around the world and the like, but the way that was handled and even the aftermath, how the world responded, I think is, in my opinion, contribute to the vaccine mistrust that is going on in Africa. Rather, we have a lot of people right now who do not really believe that the vaccine is ideal for them in Africa. If you follow the social media conversation that the young people are having, you'll be amazed. And that these conversations are happening in the 21st century right now. So to me, I think going back to the topic, culturally sensitive intervention is a must when it comes to Black people. Of course, across the board, among all races, but Black people specifically. And reasons being because of the very dark history that Black people have actually experienced in the past, which diminish the trust that Black people generally have for the system and whatever intervention comes. So I think every intervention should take into consideration the culture and the way of life generally of Black people, and then mesh these actually values that Africans do hold on to and are very, very much, when I say African, I mean Black people generally, do hold on to and feel they are so important, should be meshed into this intervention. And it should not just be an intervention that is an umbrella intervention for everyone. For example, the NHS is doing a wonderful job. It provides healthcare for everyone. But to me, that is not just enough. There should be interventions tailored and designed with Black people. It should be tailored to Black people's needs and designed to fit the needs of Black people and with the Black people themselves, rather than just bringing in the intervention and say, oh, this is what we think is fits best for you. I will give you an example of an intervention that was done in Southern Sudan, for example. Sanitation, there was an outbreak of cholera some couple of years ago. Then I was in a medical student. And one of the things that was done was they found that, people who didn't have toilets, they didn't have pit latrines. They went dug a lot of pit latrines. When they went back to assess the intervention, they found that people were not actually using these pit latrines. They were actually doing it next to the hole. They were not putting it into the pit. So here, they did not, the failure, why did this intervention fail? Because the ones who went in to implement this intervention did not consider the understanding, the culture of these people who actually needed this intervention. So therefore, it was a total waste. And I would give an example of an intervention in Gambia, for example. When it comes, we all know recently there's been an outcry of mothers dying during childbirth or after childbirth, which we could generally call maternal mortality. And I commend a hospital in Gambia called Bundu Maternal Hospital. This is a hospital that is, one, situated in a relatively densely populated area, two, in a very deprived community, and three, it's a government hospital. And the idea is that in Gambia, and of course many African countries, private hospitals tend to do better. And this hospital, realizing that mothers were dying because of one of the two most common reasons why mothers die, which is bleeding. One of them is bleeding actually during or after childbirth. So this hospital realized that this was something that was killing the mothers more than anything else, and they decided to come up with a solution. And the solution was blood transfusion everywhere across the world. And the culture in Gambia and many parts of Africa is, when it comes to women's health, it's basically dealt with by women. You would see that actually, you wouldn't be surprised to see a mother going to the hospital to give birth and would not go with men or the husband, would rather go with her mother or the in-laws, some old people. And these are people who can't donate. And we don't have the luxury in Africa where you have blood banks available. You can actually use blood as you, when and as you wish. So one thing that these people did in this hospital was to invite the fathers, the males. They actually brought in what they call a male clinic, where they taught them in a way that actually preserved their dignity and make them understand the need to be supported. Because for the generally men think that in Africa, think that actually supporting your wife is giving them the money to the hospital, providing taxi, and the financial bits. But it was more than that. And to make them understand this, it wasn't enough to just go to the radio stations and the televisions or fly banners and the like. But then they needed to be told in a language that they could understand. And the outcome of this intervention was really, really, really amazing. And this is something that shows that showing people that they are part of the solution rather than bringing the solution to them is really something that can actually be very, very useful.
Yep. So you've both highlighted some really concrete examples here. You know, the role of understanding the role of faith, gender, the unintended and knowing consequences of stigmatization, and you've offered, both of you have provided some insight into how we improve cultural sensitivity. And so I just want to unpick that a little bit more and just, you know, are there any other ways that we can improve cultural sensitivity in our delivery of health education specifically in the Black community? And you've said it's working with the community, you know, co-creating solutions, but, you know, I just wonder if there's anything more that you would like to add to that.
Yeah, what I like to add to that is that we should adopt more salutogenic approaches. And by salutogenic, I mean what actually makes people healthy. Because with the research I've come across when I start to talk about Black mental health, we only talk about the negatives and the discrimination and the stigma. We don't talk about what actually works within the community. And we don't talk about how our culture and our faith and our arts and our music and our sports and our social connectedness actually facilitates our health and well-being. I mean, that's not to say that we shouldn't take notice of the things that are going wrong in the community, still important, but we should have more conversations surrounding what actually works. And when we approach conversations with, okay, this is what actually works. The fact that I have a faith actually supports my mental health or well-being, or my family supports my mental health or well-being. We are more aware of what works, and we are more aware of applying those strengths to the weaknesses that already exist, so that we are not constantly being bashed that things aren't working. Because when you constantly tell somebody that this is not working, you defeat their purpose. But when you come up with a more salutogenic approach and say, oh, this is what is working, it's amazing that this is working, but there's also this problem. How do we fix this problem using the strengths that we've already identified or the resources that we've already identified? And I believe that this is the way to go when we have to be culturally sensitive in delivering healthcare services to the Black community.
Yeah. And in addition, I would just actually say one important word would be the humanistic approach, and seeing basically the Black community as a whole, as actually, as I said earlier on, as a community that basically is different, but still part of the general community. And it has its own problems, and the solutions could basically differ in a way or the other. And taking into consideration that there are some good things that actually, as Angela is saying, there are a lot of good things that actually are going on within the Black community that could be used and built upon, which would improve the health of this of the people generally, and rather than just concentrating on what we feel could work for them. I mean, the Black people. So bringing the Black people to be part of the solution, I think, is something that I would reiterate more and more and more.
Lovely. That's brilliant. So the positive framing to really empower communities, and when you show what works once, it does increase confidence to then see the change and believe that further good things can happen. I think that's really important. Change that narrative, but at the same time, very honestly address the challenges that arise. So we just have we're on to our sort of last minute or so. So just any final comments or thoughts that you would like to share?
I'll still go with my favorite quote. You can give it to God or give it to whatever faith or thing you believe in, but still talk to your doctor or your therapist. Be aware of who you are, your bodily sensations, seek help early. And I'm going to borrow Denise Lewis's quote that says, if it hurts, stop, go and sort it out. It's really important.
Thank you.
Yeah, and actually, to end, I would refer to my favorite health promotion model, the BT's health model of health promotion, which actually, my favorite part is the community aspect of it. And here I would say that personal counseling approach and community development approach are very, very vital. And they're often very much forgotten. As physicians and as professionals, we tend to basically feel that actually we need to bring the solution to the people in need. And sometimes we forget how much actually we could learn ourselves when dealing with them and in that community development approach. So I would reiterate community development approach in every intervention that we aim to do with the Black community, and not just confined to the Black community and to all other ethnic minority communities within the UK or anywhere else in the world.
That's wonderful. Thank you to both of you. And for everyone else, we hope you enjoyed the session.
Thank you so much, Atia.
Thank you so much, Atia, and thank you very much, everyone, for your time.
Yeah.
Yeah. For the main event, I would say, coming up now. It comes to a close, man. Still, yeah. Anyway, still, yeah. So we also just want to emphasize that we, again, this is my city is all about, health, well-being, and for coaches and whatsoever. So that was a great podcast right there. So we're going to really hit. So we definitely cultural coming up anyway. But Mark, you was at the launch that was there yesterday still. So just bring us again into context of what's happening. Gonna happen next.
As I mentioned before about the Queen of the Commonwealth, it was the screening, the premiere, so it was just to showcase the finished product, and for you made people cry, made people laugh, relate to, and there's so much more when talking to the Queens. There's so much more that we said that they want to bring out, and even talking to some of the production team, how amazing it came out and the response that they had, and even some of the Queens as well. They haven't seen, they won't talk. If you ask them to talk publicly in front of everyone, they wouldn't, but seeing it on camera, they were shocked themselves. Yeah, man. But it just empowered them and empowered everybody else just to celebrate them. And we had a lot of people buzzing, like, when's the next one? Even I had a guy come up to me and said, yo, we need to do a Kings.
Yeah.
The bands, we love our Queens and everything,
Yeah,
but the man as well. But just having documentaries like that just shows how powerful they are. And this is where I asked a few questions. What will happen next? You get me? Like, we watched the video. Now, how can we use these documentaries or these video content to educate and have a good learning experience for our next generation.
Next generation come. Yeah.
And as you know, this is where all the online learning and e-learning comes into play. It's dissecting it and making it into bite-sized materials and content that our young kids can understand relate to more what they went to and how they can put it into practice, especially
100%.
in schools.
No, that's the. No, and this is what we want to do. We want to create content that can be utilized, can be put together correctly. So, put together, chopped up, whichever way you want to do. We're here, to actually help that and produce that and come with creative ideas. I think people just want to chop up and put it in Snapchat these days, but we want to do a bit more than that. You know what I'm saying? So
do a bit more,
a lot more actually, to be honest.
And capture the moment as much as possible through different mediums. Which will be great. But from the night, I must admit, I just sat through. I just wanted to watch. It was beautiful. And you just want to hug all the queens and hug Panacos and the team and producer Ben and the students and everybody that poured into the project.
Cool.
People did beyond what they were supposed to, and it was a beautiful output.
That's fantastic. And as the guys do check this out, we're gonna cue this up. If you don't see us again, they say adios.
No, for now. We'll see you. No, we'll see you later.
I'm saying.
But
so
you're gonna see clips of some of the women. You may recognize them, enjoy the clips. I'm sure when the full video is ready for release, we'll be one of the first people to show it through as well. But enjoy.
Yeah, most definitely, guys. Definitely. This is my city festival live online experience. After these videos will just take you to another place and do contact the producers of this and do put your comments in there so you see what you think, how you feel about it emotionally and whatsoever. Do put it out there, guys. And we're here to support you guys. Do hit us up and do keep on supporting. This is my city. Subscribe and like. That's what people don't do enough, but surprise. I think people get cheesed up and they go on YouTube and do that, but you don't realize how important that is. So make sure you subscribe to this channel so the content can reach you and hit you and so encourage this organization to produce more content online
and support them. And as well, enjoy the weather, enjoy your Sunday. We've got some more good weather to go ahead. So
Amen. And if you enjoyed yourself yesterday, do again. Email the organization. Go to website. Where's website?
festival.thisismycitybirmingham.org.
Brilliant.
We'll put some as well as lgk.org.uk as well. It's on the websites, and we've got a legacy program as well to keep this going.
Brilliant, man. All right, guys. Let's set this video up, man. Nothing but love.
See you later.
I remember sleeping, I remember waking up and the air stewardess holding my hand and walking me through the airport and then just handing me over to my mum.
My father came first and secured a job, and then my mother came over. I was born in 1958. I came to England when I was 3. I remember smells of Jamaica, tastes. I remember the plane journey here with my dad and crying, I think, nearly the whole journey. I would love to go outside and just go and play, but my parents were very strict. I had to look after my brother and sister because my father was the boss, and what he said just went.
Well, I met George through Joy because Bob and George were playing together at Wolves, and I was only about 16 and thought he was very arrogant, all this hair.
Bob and I went to school together, and my parents weren't happy about this relationship that was forming. I then had to make that decision as to whether or not I was going to stay cocooned in my family's home or I was going to make that journey and leave with him. And I chose to make that journey, which was heartbreaking because I didn't want to leave my family. And Bob and I went forward and bought a home together. That was in Handsworth Wood. And in Handsworth Wood, that's where I met Bev.
I met Cyril when I was 18, coming up to 19. And those were the very early days of football, so they weren't known. He wasn't really known, he'd not long joined the club. And eventually, you know, we all started to meet up.
So there were 3 black players in a very close proximity. And I think I speak for all of us. We have a certain level of independence in our own right. So even though the men were there, I think we ran things.
There were some games he didn't like going to because you knew from the minute you stepped out there was going to be either bananas thrown or something.
Somebody sent two bullets through the post. He never talked about it. I kept them for years, I've still got them now.
When you're up in the stands and you're watching them playing and you hear all the monkey chants, it's very hurtful when you got your children with you and they hear this, and then you got the other wives wanting to console you and just say, it's all right, don't worry about it.
For me, the attributes of the queens that have gone, like our mothers, when I think and reflect on my mom, she was a warrior queen.
But I've always looked upon my mom and our mothers as our heroes.
My mom and her attributes, I'd see her as a trailblazer because she left Jamaica as a young girl and came to England, leaving 2 children, small children behind, and forging a life for herself here.
Step back and look at it. Would we, if we were in that position now, leave our 2 small children, our children, behind and go on this journey? Would we do it? And hope for the best that our children, our babies will still be able to come and join us.
And for me, the queen in all of us is knowing what that journey is, finding your sense of purpose in that. And once you're equipped with your sense of purpose, what you give as a queen, you give love.
My name is Afia and I'm from Birmingham. My heritage, my background is Pakistan, Lahore. How did I start my business? Well, I went around Harborne asking shops if they can take my, put my flyer on the window that I'll teach people how to cook curries in their home. So one shop, they said, yep, they'll be happy to do that, but they're looking for suppliers of Indian food to put in the deli counter. Would I be interested to give samples in? No, okay, yeah, fine. So I went home, told my mum, and mum goes, yeah, why don't you? So I did, spent the whole night making samples, and my mum joined in, God bless her. Took the samples to the shop in the morning, and they loved everything. They wanted to order everything. I thought, this is ridiculous. They said to me my products were a huge success, I shouldn't stop. They introduced me to the concept of farmers markets. All handmade by myself, nothing ready-made, and the sales started to happen. Oh my God, the queues were so long. My earliest memories from where I was born in Lahore, Pakistan. I remember standing on my mother's bed and my mom dressing me up in a sari. She wanted to take a picture of me to send to my dad, who was in the UK, in Birmingham in the UK. At that time, I hadn't seen my dad since I was born. I was 5 and a half, when Mum and me, we finally came over to UK and to Birmingham. And when I first saw my dad at the airport, it was at Heathrow Airport when I first saw him. someone behind me just picked me up, hugged me and kissed me. I thought, who the hell is this stranger? And it was my dad. Mum goes, this is your dad. I'm like, really? No, I want to go back to my mum. The first school I went to was Vauxhall Gardens. I went to that school and I couldn't speak a word of English. Eventually I started to learn to speak English. It was quite difficult and I would go home, get upset, and I remember crying a lot. I wanted my cousins back. I wanted my cousins to play with. I had no one to play with, no sister and brothers. In my family, on my dad's side, education is so important. My father, he got a lot of stick from his mates and from his second brother, not his eldest brother, from his second brother. You shouldn't be sending your daughter to school. My dad really pushed in education. He didn't care I was a girl or a boy. He wanted me to be successful in education. I just stuck to the books, put my head down in the books and get on with it. So I ended up going to university, did a chemistry degree. I wanted to specialize in medical applications of polymers, but I knew my family couldn't pay for the master's degree. So I got a scholarship at the London School of Polymer Technology. And I really enjoyed that. I really enjoyed studying there. Tried to get a job better I could as a polymer engineer or a technologist. I couldn't. Everywhere I went, I applied for a job. They would say to me, "You're a woman." I'm like, "Yeah, I think last time I checked, I think I am a woman. Yeah, how do you know that?" And big men in the factory standing over me and saying, "You're a woman, you want a job here?" I'm like, "Yep, I want a job here." And offered my services to work for free, which they accepted, some didn't. But then after 2 years of trying to get a job, I gave up in polymer engineering and I went into life sciences in the pharmaceutical industry to become a medical rep. And then when I finished that, I started working in London. I then introduced myself to do MBA, trying to be ambitious, and studied while I was working full time, and I got my MBA. So then I started to apply for jobs within the NHS, and this opportunity to be self-employed came up, and I thought, yeah, I could make money out of this, yeah. I like to take the best of everything. I have a friend who is Sri Lankan, British Sri Lankan, and she's a practicing Buddhist. So I like to take the best from her. I have friends who are Christian. I have people who have Afro-Caribbean background and African background. I've met, throughout my life and my careers, I've met people from all different backgrounds: European, East European, Russian, Indian, Canadian. I like to take the best of everything.
My name is Rifat Ghaffar. I'm from India. I have 6 sisters, 1 brother. You know, in India or subcontinent, having boys is more important than the girls at that time. My mother was had her education at home, but she is very strong woman, and she pushed us to have a good education. My father was very busy in his job. My mother used to look after us. When I was a child, I used to write a diary, and I was 7 years old. My sister found it, and in every page it's written, "I want to be a doctor." I finished my training there, qualified in India. At that time, even now, the junior doctors work really hard. You are on the call all the time. My husband's father and my father, they were in the same engineering school together. So they knew the family. So my father said, "Look, this is the boy, he's in England." I said, "Okay, I don't have anybody in my mind. I haven't got no objection at all." And I got married in final year medical school. Slowly I found out that he likes working here more than in India. I just came from India, and I had a small a baby, so I'm looking for a job. It's not easy. It wasn't easy. Coming from a big family with mom and dad, 6 sisters, 1 brother. In the beginning, it was very lonely. My husband decided to start his own practice. In a month's time, he had about 500 patients on his list. And that was a struggling time for us because the finances was almost zero. So he used to do extra work in the hospital to support his practice and the family as well. I lost my son when he was 22 years old in car accident. He was a final year medical student. Lovely boy. Attending your son's funeral is so painful for a parent. You won't believe it. Remember one friend, every day she used to cook food and bring it to me and sit with me and eat with us for a month. So I can't forget that lady. Never. If you make friends, you don't have boundaries that he's Hindu, he's Muslim, he's not the same religion. No, it's your heart. My definition of a queen is how you value the relation around you. Have patience in life. So you have to have feelings for all the relation to keep it bounded. And I think this is the definition, being a good daughter, a good mother, good wife.
My name is Zubaydah. I'm Cypriot. I came from Cyprus. My village is Moniadis, and I born there. I grew there with my family. I got 6 sisters, including me, 7 sisters and 3 brothers. I've been to school till 5 years. And after 5th year, everybody's called me, I'm too strong, like a playboy. You know what I mean, that one.
I think it's called tomboy.
Tomboy.
Playboy is something completely different.
Play-
It's not what you want to be. I think it's called.
When I'm 14 or 15, I'm working with my uncle and his wife is doing army's washing, dry cleaning, And I did ironing with my uncle's wife together till I'm coming this country. My sister's husband and my late husband is friend, and it's go to eat. When you know somebody, come to our house today for dinner, and when you go, you see my picture there, and you're asking if you get together. I think I'm 20 that age. My sister, he tried to make us together to go out, and I don't want to go out. Everywhere I go out, I want my sister. When I came this country, I've been to Sutton Park. I can say him is a nice gentleman. He helped me a lot. He teach me everything. Be honest, that's my husband and that's my friend, everything. When I lost my husband, Samra, she has the son Sunday, 10 o'clock, and I lost my husband Monday morning, 4 o'clock. Semra, she give birth. Son, you have to go work. You see, Semra is working. And I look after Arif. Maybe Arif is not here. My grandson. Maybe I'm not alive. Arif, he keep me alive. And that's my grandson. That's my life. One day when I'm passing by allotment, we've been in and I asked him and he said, go on to see secretary. When I see, he give it to me, one plot. And I'm really, really happy when I got my plot. And when I go to Cyprus, I bring it different thing to grow. You know, marrow in Cyprus is different, long one. I said that BBC come in and is picturing and is interviewing me and he want me to show different thing what I grow. And I grow that one and I showed him different thing and he like it. And he picked me there to go to have book. My character, I like to cook and feed the people. And if you have got extra and you tell me I got not today, that I give it to you. That's me.
My name is Stella Fakato and I am from Tonga, but we live here in Solihull in Birmingham. Life in Tonga was very relaxed. There are loads of memories I can talk about in Tonga because in Tonga is just like a paradise for us. We can just create things for us to entertain us, you know, and that's far enough for us, you know, rather than sitting in here on our phone. There is always a respect for women, you know. I know some countries, you know, women are like behind, you know, and the man is always the one who makes the decision. I've got two brothers in Tonga, you know, everything that has to be, we are the first class in our house, me and my sisters, because of women, because of who we are women. You know, and I think because of that kind of culture and values that we learn from our mother and from our upbringing, you know, as a woman to be respected, you know, I think it's very unique. My husband's name is Hezekiah Wahingano Fakato. He came here in 1999 and he played for Tonga in the World Cup. And in the club that he played for, they always called him the King of Tonga. So funny. Then after when he came here, he said, we're gonna move to England. But we always dreamed to move to England. England was just the big country for us. So I was just staying home and look after the children. Then we produced another 2 children. That's extra to the 2 children that we brought with us. So altogether, we've got 2 boys and 2 girls. So I was just a full-time mother for the first 6 years. We wanted to come to England to educate our children in here. You know, it's a commandment for us, you know, to gain a good education. But it's not only that. I think education is the key, you know, for success. And I decided to go and study. I went to Coventry University and did my degree in nursing. During that time, when you qualified from the university as a nurse, you have to go into NHS. The woman that has such a big impact in my life is my mother. She was a working hard lady. She has this heart of resilience at the same time. But unfortunately that she passed away very early in her 60 years old. But I have learned a lot. She is a great motherhood. It was like 6 of us all together, and she works as well. At the same time, she looked after, there was a little business at home that belongs to us. She goes to church every single day early in the morning, and she goes to work at the same time, and she still look after our business, and she still look after all of us, the 6 of us. I feel good, amazing, to be honest. There's no regrets at all. Living in England and moving in here and living in Birmingham and in Solihull, it's amazing. It's a miracle for us. In time of, of challenging, I always have this, this glimpse of light to me to keep going. There's always a hope in there. Keep going. What you are doing is right. There is. It will pass.
Hello and Bula Vinaka, as we would greet people from where I come from. My name is Esita Tuimanu, and I hail from the beautiful islands of Fiji, which is in the South Pacific. One of the most influential people in my life growing up was my grandmother. And I thought that at first she was my mother, because we never knew our parents. They lived in the city whilst we lived in the village. But her upbringing has made me the person that I am today. And one of the things that I've always taken with me everywhere I go is the words of her having to say that the sky is the limit, you never give up. And she always taught us never stop believing that there's always a good side to somebody and you have to give them second chances. When I met my husband, I knew that he was serving in the British Armed Forces, and that at a certain point in our lives, we needed to go to the UK so that I can be there with him because of his job. The day that I left Fiji for the UK, it was one of the saddest moments, because I knew that I wasn't going to be coming back for a long time. And I couldn't stop crying. Because at first, I didn't know what I was going to be expecting when I reached the other side of the world. It was a new beginning. I was excited to see my husband, but sad at the same time. And I could see my mother crying. That made me more sad. And all she said was that go, make a life for yourself, build something, and be happy. The way that I've always, or us Fijians have always carried ourselves is when we go somewhere, we're always carrying that smile, because Fiji is known for, us being the most friendliest country in the world. There was a lady that I said, oh, hello, how are you? It's a lovely day today. And I did ask for directions to get me to one of the gates. And she said, you're not from here, are you? And I said, no, I'm not. And she said, it's very obvious. We don't talk to people anyhow. That was the first greeting that I got. And I said, oh, I'm so sorry. And she said, well, it's nice and refreshing to see somebody smiling, and the smile is very genuine. So thank you for making my day. Interestingly enough, my ambition when I was growing up was to become a lawyer. I'm sorry, I'm laughing, because one of the triggers of me wanting to become a solicitor or a lawyer that represented women is because I am a victim and survivor of domestic violence myself. I didn't expect that my husband and I were going to separate, let alone divorce. And that was a whole experience in itself, because if your husband didn't want to be with you or you were planning to separate, you needed to return to your home country. And so I was given only 10 days with a 6-month-old daughter to sort ourselves out. It was one of the most stressful moments of my life. There comes a point in your life where you think enough is enough and I have to do something. It's either you choose between living, surviving, or enduring all of those nasty things that goes behind closed doors. I chose to live. One of the reasons why I do the work that I'm doing and having to advocate for justice for our Commonwealth veterans current serving and their families is because I know what it feels like to overstay or not to have a status in a country that is not yours. I've always wanted to visit Birmingham, and quite fortunately I've visited Birmingham several times because I have friends there. And you can get a feel of all the different countries just in one small place, and that's what Birmingham is to me. The other communities that I associated with were the Caribbeans, because that was the community that we lived in. The one thing that I love about the Caribbean community is that they are go-getters. If they want to get something, they go for it, and they encourage each other, which was one of the things that a lot of my Caribbean girlfriends did to me. They said, go for it. Don't be afraid to work hard for it, because in the end, you tend to enjoy the fruits of your labor.
My name is Hajra. My full name is Hajra Nazli. I born in Kashmir. My village name is Dudyal.
I'm Farah Chowdhury, and I was born here in the UK in Solihull a few decades ago, and I was born and raised in Birmingham.
The Farah's granddad and their cousin, or family members or friends, they collected money, all of, and they're sending money in Pakistan, like Kashmir, and my dad built a big school, primary school. I was teaching there as a headmistress, the primary school headmistress. Yeah, I come from the Kashmir to England 1997. My mom's decided I don't like moving in Kashmir. But my mom's did decide you go with by family. When I come here England, I thought my stay is my journey here, this country, just few months. I can't do a stay all life. No years, no all life. After few months I go back. But slowly I used to. I started from the small Heath area, is a mosque teacher, Arabic and Urdu as well. And then I started a job for adult education, community center, Urdu and Arabic, textiles, classes. That's it.
When my auntie moved here, she was moving to a place where all 5 of her siblings were living with their family, so the 6 of them all together, and they all lived back then in Birmingham. So she had a massive support network in terms of all 5 of her siblings helped her, all of their partners and their children helped her.
All time my mom said, be brave, and all time said, just believe to God. No, don't be scared anybody, anyway. She make me brave, that's why.
One of the things about my auntie is that she's one of the few people in my immediate family who can mix with everybody. I was quite young when she moved here, but I think that she would have been quite comfortable, though it might have been internally difficult for her in some ways. I think mixing with different people and communities would have been quite easy for you, wouldn't it? And you've got friends from different communities and different backgrounds. And
Diwali, I'm celebrating Diwali, celebrating Eid, celebrating Christmas. Thank God my family is a open mind family. open mind, no backward. They understand me. I'm open mind. I'm going, coming myself, and they understand me. That's why I'm happy. They are happy.
My name is Rahat. Surname is Mughal, and I'm born 1945 in India at that time. When I was 16, I finished school. And after that, I go 2 years in college, women college in Pakistan, Karachi. My father came here in 1960 in this country. And then 5 brothers came here in 1960 after that. First is my father, then after 5 years, my brother. Then me and my younger sister left over there. Older one, they came here first, then father, then my brother, mom. Very, very difficult. Just I'm studying, my sister studying, we both going college together, coming together. And then my brother living very near. They look after us. We are living on my own home, my father's home. And they bringing everything, what you need, food, this and that. They look after it. But my father sending money over there to us, spending money. When we left Pakistan, I'm very sad. I'm going away from my Pakistan. Yes, my all family is here, my brother, my 2 older sisters, my mommy and daddy, every here. And then when come, I will be happy. But I left Pakistan, then I was so sad. When I come here, my father gone Pakistan to bring me, my sister. London is a good, but I was working over there in Philip company. Then they closed down, and then after that, I live 2 years with my parents. They say, all right, leave it, work. Work only 1 year only. And then after that, 1 year I didn't work. My husband, my dad is watching him and talking too much with him sometime, every weekend on telephone. After that, after 1 year, they have decided to marry. Then I married in 1972. After 1 week, we are in Leicester. He's a very caring person. If he's not caring person, I will go away. He's a very, very caring person, Very, very love and always. If you are not talking, why not talking? What happened to you? I was, after marriage, living in the Leicester, near Loughborough, in Colne village. My husband is passed away 2 years ago, and 1 year I live alone in my home. Home is still there in Colne. Then I feel something, I'm alone, and just all of it, walls, and staying not going outside. Life is miserable without him. And then she say, Mommy, you can't live like that alone. I'm coming and pack your suitcase and what you need, pack it. I'm coming on weekend. Now is 12th of November I came. Now is 1 year. I am here in Birmingham with my daughter. That's my life. It's very difficult without husband. Yes, I say to them, don't hurt anybody. if you got time to have a give and help, do help for other, do good thing to other, never think negative. I say to all them, the God will be help you if you do think good, do good, Allah will be help you.
My name's Chetta and I was born in Malta and I came to England when I was 4 years old.
I'm Rose. My Maltese name is Rosaria, but I was born in Malta and I was 9 years old when our parents, decided they wanted to emigrate. And I was the eldest, had the responsibility of looking after the other three sometimes. In Malta, the mothers didn't work in those days. Mum was home, but Dad was the one that worked.
She was never allowed to go to school because she would never, the way Mum told me was that they always said that she'd never need to learn and go to school. Believe me, she was a very clever woman.
She wasn't a dad.
And had she gone to school, she probably would have excelled.
Yeah.
I can't honestly say that there is a woman that inspired me more than our own mother.
We were all set to go. And my dad says, we are emigrating because we want to give you as our children a better life than what we have. So in 1959, we all got on the plane, 6 of us, and came to the UK. We rented accommodation and then it was a case of Dad working nights, Mum working days, so they could get a deposit for a house. Mum and Dad worked really hard to make sure we had food on the table, we had a home to sleep in, and we were dressed properly and everything else, you know, and credit to them. After 14 years, that's all he spent here, 14 years.
That probably was too long for him as well, no?
Yeah, but that was it. They wanted to go back to Malta.
I went back. I actually went back with them not long after, and I spent 7 years in Malta working there and obviously living with Mum and Dad and my brother and my youngest sister.
I miss Malta and I missed my parents most of all, but no, I was quite happy living here. I got heavily involved in politics. I joined the Labour Party at the age of 15 and I was there for about 5 years, and then I went to work for a trade union and I was there for about 28 years. Politics was seen to be a male domination.
Father was very political.
Oh yes.
Very, very political.
Yeah.
And always installed a socialist view on the 5 of us, really.
I just enjoyed my politics. I never thought about the bonuses, if you want to call it a bonus, being mayor. I find it very much a privilege. It's not what I gain out of it. It gives you, you're happy that you achieved something as a politician, but equally, that's not the be it and end all. The most important thing is serving your community and carrying on to enjoy what you're doing. I was proud because I'm representing the community that elected me to be a councillor in the first place. I'm proud for them. I've been in Walsall 45 years now, which was different from Birmingham. It's my hometown now. My message for the women of tomorrow is to be kind, be thoughtful.
You're as equal as anybody. Doesn't matter what sex you are, male or female, we're all equal.
Don't forget where you come from.
My name is Patience Hart. I grew up from the southeast part of Nigeria, precisely Port Harcourt. The Civil War wasn't a pleasant thing at all. As a very young girl, my family tried to protect me. When they arrived in my village, it was so scary. And because I was a very young girl, I could remember my mother tried to push me up to the ceiling so nobody sees me. It did give me strength. I saw my family share everything with friends that, lost their home coming over to mine. And my mother had to work hard to make sure everyone has something to eat, something sharing. It wasn't pleasant, but she managed, which gave me a lot of strength. And that strength is still holding me on today, trying to instill that in my children. The war ended just before 1970, I could remember, because I was still a very young girl. And then my uncle, that's my mother's brother, and my uncle was in the army. When he returned, because obviously many people lost their family members. And when my uncle came back and everybody was happy, jubilating, thanking God, he came back alive. The uncle now was the uncle actually that my mother sent me to come join in United Kingdom. He later became one of the diplomats in Nigeria, and then was posted to United Kingdom, in London then. And then when I finished my O-levels, I had to come join him here. Actually, when you leave Nigeria, when I was growing up, if you left Nigeria to come to United Kingdom or England and so on, it's to study. When I finished the O-levels, rather plan was like going to OND, because I come from a business family, so it was OND, HND has always been the route for me. So I remember the day I came to United Kingdom. I left Nigeria on this 7th of April, 1975. My mom came to hug me and she said to my ears, embrace me, I hope you won't let me down. That brought tears in my eyes. So a simple word about let me down. I didn't know where I was going, but I remember that word. It's always been on my ears, even as a very matured woman now. There was a fellowship called Nigerian Fellowship in London, and there was another fellowship too called African Fellowship. So in those fellowships, you met some other, students and different people from different countries. My husband had come from wherever. I didn't even know he didn't live in London, but it was holiday, so he had come to that fellowship. And they said to me, that guy greeted everyone well, but perhaps he seemed to be interested in you. Like, just don't go there now, leave me alone. I have 2 daughters and 2 boys right now. Carl is the only boy, and the other 2 girls are in London. We have 4 children, but we lost Clive a few years ago. He was the first son. We had come back from a holiday. Clive is a matured man. He died at 34. So as he said, could you pick me up for church, please? And we said, okay. Normally, when he said pick me up, I'll go with you guys and the rest of them. His windows, he'll be watching when we're coming. But this time, he didn't see him, because he will see us from the window and he will come out. But when we didn't see, the dad went down, knocked for about 10 minutes. It was a bit unusual. So he came back and said to me, Clive is not opening his door. I'm like, why? We called the police, the dad called the police again. Then they said, well, if that's the case, they will come, but they need the fire brigade. Then they got in touch with the fire brigade. Since then, I really have a lot of respect for the fire brigade. They looked at his bathroom window. It was so tiny, but they managed to screw it out. And then one of them slided himself in, then jumped down, opened the door. So all of us followed, but they were in front, and then only for the fire man to call us back, held the dad. I'm like, no, he wouldn't like what we're saying here. Dropped dead behind his door. And so, not knowing why God was sending us to Birmingham, it's purely divine. Can see it now after living in Birmingham. Living in Birmingham since 2001 till now. He wouldn't even give me a car, they know it. He wouldn't give me a house in London, probably for equivalent to go. No, Birmingham is our home. Warsaw is. We are so grateful to God that He sent us to Birmingham. And it's been an amazing place.
My name is Tulagumi. I was born in 16th of April 1963 in a village called Gormagidis. I came to England when I was 19, 1982. My life in Cyprus, coming from a beautiful village in north of Cyprus, which is occupied at the moment. I lived through the war. In 1974, we had to leave the village, and we're a young family as well. It was like, I was the oldest one, which I was only about 12. With all of us, with 3 sisters and 1 brother. I remember saying goodbye to my best friend, and she was left behind, and all my school friends, and I was like going with my family. People had a choice to either leave or stay. If you stay, you live under the Turkish rule. If you leave, you're a refugee. Main goal and the main ambition was education. Had to get educated, and I had to get a life. England for us was a country of prosperity. I wanted to come to England to study. I wanted to come to England to open my wings and fly. I really loved England. I did come to England, and my mum and dad obviously didn't have enough money for me to study and go to college. My dad, because he came from a village and he was very strict and whatever, the thought of me being in England and not being under his control, it was a nightmare. So, no, you're coming back. So I was like, went back to Cyprus and I got a job. I was getting ready to actually do like night school and all that. And then obviously the family, typically as they normally do, while you're having all these dreams, they're planning how to marry you off. And I remember going to church on Christmas night, and they said to me, oh, there's this guy from England, and he's really, he's got his own shop and he's got his own restaurant. And I thought, I don't want to get married like this. And I really went home crying. And they came on Christmas Day at the house, and we put and my mom, I remember my mom a couple of hours before said to me, listen, if you don't want to, just say no. See him. You might, just let it happen. If it doesn't, it doesn't. I'm not going to let anybody force you to do anything. He didn't want to leave Cyprus without me. And I thought, this is the one. I'll wait for him to say first yes, and then I'll say it. 25th of December we met. 2nd of January we had an engagement, a proper engagement. Those days we went to church and everything, proper party over 1 week. One thing that ticked the box, I wanted to come to England, so I wasn't against it. So even now he'll say to you, it's not because of me, you wanted to come to England. And then we came to Birmingham. So I had to adapt to the different way of people, different way of life. It's a different way, different world. It's just outside the city centre. That road, there's a lot of Greek Cypriots started their businesses from there. So I believe it was more of the base for the Greek community. A lot of my friends were Pakistani, Indian and Jamaican, yeah. They're more open to making relationships and whatever, and their house was open to mine as mine was open to them. I'm an active member of the community, and I'm proud to say that I do actually feel that they love me as much as I love them. I always worked with Joe. When I came, they had a coffee bar, a Greek coffee bar there, and it was our restaurant, and it was like for 4 years there. We show our love with food, we show our sadness with food, we show how depressed we are with food, everything, and it was all the same. And I know it's Chicken Joe's and his name is everywhere. Not only was my idea, I had to talk him into it. It was all me, all full production line, he was there. I was producing the chicken in the night when I put the kids to bed, and now we actually do 2,000 products plus. How does it feel to work with my husband and my children? And very difficult to have a family business and to be a mother and to wear one hat. Which hat are you wearing? The boss, the director, or the mother, or the wife? Women in my family is the proper expression that when you head, that the man is the head, but the woman is the neck, and they definitely make the head go around.
I am Delphine Finney-Scott, and I live in Birmingham, but I was born and brought up in Freetown, Sierra Leone. We lived in a 2-storied house. My uncle and his family lived upstairs. Our family lived downstairs. It was a family house. My grandfather built that house. University, I studied English and political system. When I was in university, I'm very adventurous. I got to know about this program of, you can come like summer holiday jobs. And then I applied, I was accepted, didn't even know what I was coming to do. Got my ticket, came to England. My cousin went to Gatwick Airport, picked me up. Then we got the train. And I was looking, I said, where are we? She said, it's England. I said, England? Is this England? Is this England? Because even though they were like 3 or 4-story houses, I've never seen houses so dirty from the outside. I used to make clothes for school uniforms. I used to sew school uniforms. We don't buy them from the shops. And then after a while, I just thought, you know what? I'm very good at my sewing. I wanted to open a training center. I'll just do a fashion course from Westminster College. I just do a fashion course. And then I did the BTEC. I'll just do that so that it will give me a platform to be able to set up the idea I had about this training school for dropouts, for girls and everything. But then the situation in Sierra Leone began to deteriorate politically. Things were just like getting worse in the situation in the health and everything. My mom was saying, you better stay, don't come back. And I was just thinking, I'm not even bothered. I'll just do my course, just go home and do my thing. But then I never desired to live in England. It was all part of God's plan for me to be here. And then things were just not working out. And I thought, you know what? I need to reorganize myself. And so that is when I made the decision where I could just get a job I could teach. And so that was how I actually got myself into the teaching profession again. I heard about the ESTA program. It was in 2013. And I remember I did not even have the money. Work situation was a bit not stable because I was finishing my PGCE at Wolverhampton University. And I hadn't really got a job at that time. But I actually wanted to do this ESTA's program. I just felt I needed to do it. So this is the place I am, coming into the program aloof to see what it will offer me. The final bit is that you had to write what your future is. That means I write what you are. And at that stage, I just realized that I had lost a part of me, that I could not articulate who I am. I found out that I did not know my worth. I didn't think I was worth anything. I remember I sat down. I was thinking, in all my life, I have never been in a space I felt so safe. When they were talking, I asked, can I help to be part of the team members, to volunteer to help out, because I know what it did for me as an individual. When I had that epiphany moment, when I saw my worth as an African queen, I didn't see myself as just Delphine. I just saw the beauty, the queen in me radiate out.
No, I'm joking.
My name is Yvonne Elizabeth Brooks. My father said to me, always use your full name. I was actually born in Jamaica, in Ocho Rios, which is on the East Coast, and it's absolutely beautiful. The thing that I remember the most is having freedom. Just being able to go anywhere and everywhere. I remember my mother vaguely, but I never remembered my father in person until I came to the UK. But my grandma had a photograph of him, and she would show us this photograph every day. She'd say to me, "This is your father." So even though I didn't remember him in person, I was so attached to him, I think more so than my mother. I remember the day that I left Jamaica. We got to Victoria, the coach doors opened, and there was my father standing there, just as I remembered him from the photograph. It was really strange coming to the UK. I began to experience prejudice, although I didn't know that's what it was. For the first time in my whole life, I found out that I was black. I never had a problem with being black, and I still don't. I love the color that I am. I think I'm amazing. And if you don't have me in your life, you're really missing out. Yeah, how did I get to where I am today? I remember the first time I met a woman pastor. It was about 1975, and I couldn't believe it. And just for a joke, I said, when I grow up, I'm going to be a bishop. In 1992, I became the assistant pastor at our church here in Birmingham. I felt a strong leading to do women's ministry and to help women to excel, because we were always in the background, always behind, never in the forefront. And so this positioned me very well to speak into the lives of women. I've worked with quite a few women of different backgrounds and cultures. When I look at a woman, I don't just see her as she is, I see her as she will be. My message to the queens of the Commonwealth is this: know who you are. And I want to say to every other woman listening, there is a queen in you.
Yeah, my name is Kuldeep Kaur, and I was born in India, 6/4/1950, and I was